Hello everyone, good morning and welcome to Clay Pigeon Kart Club for round 2 of the 2017 championship. And boy oh boy do we have some fantastic races lined up for you today. I am your commentator for the day, Sam Hunt. I'll be taking you through each of the races, each of the 38 races we have in store for you today. It's a big day with some big grids, and this first race of the day, Honda Cadet, is the biggest of all. 42 entrants capped at that. We could have had more, but so much interest in this class at the moment, and we're glad to see them at Clay. Strong grids once again, and I'm sure we're in for some fantastic racing, as we usually are with these youngsters. Looks like we might have 31 out in this first heat of the day, which is pretty extraordinary. It's William Attreed and Charlie Vaughan on the front row. It looks like we are going now for the first race of the day. 6 minutes of Honda Cadets to enjoy, the first of their 4 heats they'll be having today, and each of the karts made their way around Billy safely for the first corner. Charlie Vaughan takes an early lead from second position, front row on the grid, and he'll be hoping to try and maintain that position for the rest of the race. Couple of spinners off there, and another spin and some contact at the horseshoe there. Number 66 going into the side of number 11, who had spun. Number 11, George Hulme, had previously spun, and the novice plated number 66 goes into the side. Looks like each of those drivers are maybe out of the running. Doesn't look like either of them are going to get going again. Are they going to be okay though? Hopefully we won't be having any delays early on in the day. A couple of spinners earlier on the corner before as well at the hairpin, but it looks like the rest of the karts have managed to resume, which is good to see. Charlie Vaughan in the lead of the race though, no one able to have caught up to him as of yet. Number 36 of William Attreed is the closest competitor to him in second position. Good to see so many karts out on the circuit though. Such a massive turnout for the Honda Cadets in this March meeting. Charlie Vaughan leads the way from Attreed. Harry James is in third with fourth place Owen Tolley. They make up the top 4 then fifth and sixth very close in behind. But both of those karts, just to confirm, who had contact on the first lap around the horseshoe, are both out of the running as the yellow flags wave to make the other drivers aware of those 2 karts pulled off to the side. Charlie Vaughan leads the way though, and he makes his way down towards the start-finish line to complete his 3rd lap, followed by Attreed by 0.89 of a second is the gap between them. Owen Tolley is in 3rd with 4th place Harry James. Still the leader, Charlie Vaughan, but Attreed is being slightly caught up by the number 19 of Owen Tolley in 3rd. Looks like a large train of karts are catching up to second place Attreed. He might have to be a little bit cautious here if he's determined not to lose those positions, because those karts are catching him and have been over the last few laps. Owen Tolley, Kekiro Yearmans and Harry James are involved in the top 5 at the moment. There's a spinner though, a couple of spinners down at Billy's blind. Didn't quite see the incident there. Looks like they might have been fairly high up the field, but both managed to get going again, but losing many positions in the races like this. The heats, of course, it's defining those positions, effectively qualifying. Still championship points up for grabs, but does qualify you for a grid place later on in the final, where the most points are up for grabs. There'll be 2 finals for the Honda Cadets today, the B final and the A final. Front few finishes in the B final will make it through to the A final, which will be a fantastic race. Race number 36 later on today. Vaughan leads the way though from Attreed. Owen Tolley is still in 3rd. Joshua McLean is in 4th with Kukuro Yearmans in 5th. 6th place, Oliver Bierman in the O-plated kart, with Mitchell Gibbons in 7th. 8th is Harry James, Alfie Rigby in 9th, and Sebastian Block rounding out the top 10, also gaining 3 positions on that last lap. It was Oliver Greenall who was involved in that spin, with also Keane Bertrow lost 19 positions as a result of it. 1 minute, just over 1.5 minutes to go now then. And looks like Charlie Vaughan's established a pretty sizable lead for himself, but the number 19 of Owen Tolley has made his way up into second as those carts all squabble down in Billy's. Looks very slippy, of course, very wet. Wet tyre weather, very much so at the moment. It hasn't rained in a little while, touch wood, it will stay like that. But it is very much still a wet circuit out there, and slippery conditions to say the least. Owen Tolley up into second hour. Has Bierman managed to get up ahead of him? Looks like that might be the case, but Charlie Vaughan still leads the way regardless, with 40 seconds left on the clock as he goes across the line. Bierman in second, with McLean in third. Fourth is Mitchell Gibbons. Owen Tolley in 5th, and 6th place is Cooker Yearman. 8th is William Atreed, but has dropped off slightly. Looks like the battle for second is going to be won between either Bierman or McLean, who's also jumped up a position in the number 76 up into third now. Owen Tolley losing a few positions on that last lap. McLean in second position, trying to get past the O-plated Bierman. But it looks good for Charlie Vaughan at the moment, with no seconds left on the clock. Coming up now will be the last lap of the first heat, as Bierman and McLean follow the race leader. Tolley and Gibbons in 4th and 5th in another pair. Looks like there could be a pass there actually. Gibbons trying to go past. Looks like he might have been able to do that. In fact, it was Owen Tolley regaining that position from Michael Gibbons. So back into 4th place to Owen Tolley. Very defensive driving from Bierman, making sure that he's not overtaken by the number 76 of McLean, who's looking good in these early stages. Is he going to have a last opportunity here going into the top end for the final time as they make their way towards the checkered flag? It's going to be a great win for number 17, Charlie Vaughan, but he goes off as number 76 of McLean goes off, and is he going to be overtaken across the line? I think he was. Tolley does beat McLean over the line. He just went onto the grass, didn't he? The right side of his cart onto the grass. Bierman squeezing him out there, and he does unfortunately go onto the grass and lose time and a position. Owen Tolley goes across the line 0.02 seconds ahead of him, so Tolley taking a surprise third in the end there for him. I'm sure he'll be delighted with that result. McLean taking 4th, 5th Mitchell Gibbons, with Harry James in 6th, 7th Thomas Cooker with Alfie Rigby in 8th, Harvey Charter in 9th, and Sebastian Block rounds out the top 10. An exciting finale for second place there, and a good win for Charlie Vaughan to round out the first race of the day. Here we are running with the IAME Cadets then for the second race of the day, and with just over a minute and a lap gone, it's Cameron Crockett who does lead the way in the number 88. Daniel Dudfield in second place with Harry Dudfield in third position. Number 54 of Dudfield catching up to Crockett on that previous lap though. Could that be a change for the lead imminently? There are 8 competitors out there on the track, and Dudfield trying to go up the inside of the hairpin here, but he can't get past the race leader this time by, and Crockett holds the lead. A cluster of karts in the middle of the pack there, from third down to 6th position. Decent little squabble that consists of Harry Dudfield, Daniel Thorne, Kieran Roberts and Lucas Field, who is the highest placed novice at the moment. 2 other novices in the race, Noah Hadley and Alexander Senna, both in 7th and 8th respectively. Contact warning for one of the drivers though, it looks like. So just look down, number 54 that is, so Daniel Dudfield. But number 88 of Cameron Crockett does still lead the way. Daniel Dudfield in second place, and they've managed to separate themselves quite a lot from the rest of the pack. Third place Harry Dudfield, over a second behind the top 2. I'm just being told now, just trying to figure out what the message meant, but now I've clarified that. So it seems that I just got an update there that we can now see when any of the karts have received a penalty, any of the drivers have received a penalty throughout the race. So you can just check out the live timing there, and you can actually see the contact warnings as well, of course, as all of the time, just alpha timing. There's various screens dotted around the circuit. Of course, you can look on your computers or phones as well. But just another feature added for you there to see the contact warnings between the karts. And currently, there is one of those out there on the circuit. It's Daniel Dudfield who has got that. But if you do want to check out the current live timing here at Clay Pigeon at any time, regardless of whether you're at the circuit or not, any of the race meetings, just type in live.alphatiming.co.uk/CPKC, and that will give you the live timing across the circuit for Clay Pigeon Kart Club. Number 54 of Daniel Dudfield, though, is leading the way now from the ex-race leader Cameron Crockett. He's managed to get past the number 88 and up into the lead of the race. Seems that potentially Daniel Thorne might even be able to get past Crockett as well. Crockett might seem to have a little bit of a problem here. He's lost a fair amount of time over the last couple of laps. Suddenly, 3rd and 4th place really aren't that far behind. Cameron Crockett has lost a fair amount of time over the last couple of laps, and has been caught up significantly by Kieran Roberts and Daniel Thorne, who have swapped positions as well. But Cameron Crockett from Daniel Dudfield overtaken and then lost almost a second back to Kieran Roberts and Daniel Thorne in the same lap. So interestingly, what seemed like a almost definitely 2-way battle for the lead could turn into a 4-way battle, and suddenly that win for one of either Crockett or Daniel Dudfield is far from guaranteed, As third place, Kieran Roberts especially is looking very racy. He might try and overtake Crockett here, trying to go down the inside. Crockett couldn't see him, to be fair, but didn't leave a lot of room for Kieran Roberts as he tries to squeeze his way up into second place, but there's not an opportunity to do so there. This is the last lap, as the drivers will go round for the final time now. Into the hairpin they go, where they will make their way towards the horseshoes. Looking good for Daniel Dudfield to take his first win of the day in the first race of the day. Drivers making their way into the top end now and towards the checkered flag. Are they going to go side by side? No, not quite. Kieran Roberts couldn't quite get alongside Crockett there to rival his second position, but Daniel Dudfield does take the win ahead of Crockett. Roberts third, fourth Thorne, with Lucas Field in fifth. Sixth Noah Hadley. Alexander Senna will come across the line in seventh position, with Harry Dudfield going into the pits a couple of laps ago. The Senior Max out on track now on their formation lap, ready to begin with their first race of the day. And once again, it's a sizable grid for the Senior Max, and we should be in for some more great racing as we were last month, of course. Good to see that this large grid with the competitors is being maintained. As the carts make their way towards the start-finish line, it's number 26. It's a great start for the number 5, and less so for the number 26 of Kieran Shanks. But Charlie Turner gets off to a dream start, if this is the start which is going to be led on, but a couple of carts off at Billy's blind there. Looks like 3 carts involved in an incident early on, but fortunately all managed to rejoin the race. Yellow flags waving for another incident which looks like it's happened at the hairpin there, As the carts make their way round, I'll have an update for you about the positions as they come across the line this time by. Looks like after that brilliant start, he maintains the leads. Charlie Turner, Philip Hayworth up into second place after his heroics in the last meeting. And Harriet Styles up into third. Fourth place is Kieran Shanks with Thomas Martin in fifth. Sixth place, Ethan Haynes gaining 3 positions off the start with Oliver Holden in seventh and gaining 6 positions on the first lap. James Moorcroft up into 8th place. 9th and 10th, Amelia Vincent and Alex Kite. But as the cars make their way down to complete the second lap, then it's still looking good for Charlie Turner, who wasn't here last month, but is here now and leading the pack. It's very interesting to see how the championship does go for the senior Rotax this year, because obviously a lot of the drivers won't be doing the full championship, but also a large amount of the drivers out here on track at the moment will be. So have an update on the championship tables in a few months' time when a real table is starting to form. But Thomas Martin overtaking Kieran Shanks, an overtake for 4th position on that previous lap. But no other changes in the top 6. As the top 5 come across the line there, Ethan Haynes and James Moorcroft getting ahead of Kieran Shanks. So Shanks losing a couple of positions in the last lap, but Charlie Turner does lead the way. Philip Hayworth keeping the pressure on and managed to close the gap by 0.12 of a second on that previous lap, but will he be able to overtake Charlie Turner with just 3 minutes and 20, well I say 3 minutes and 25 seconds left to go. They're still not even halfway through the race here, still a lot of time left in this one, and Hayworth is definitely upping the tempo and looking good to try and get past Charlie Turner for the race lead. Harriet Styles is in 3rd place with Thomas Martin in 4th. Those two have stayed in those positions for a good couple of laps now. No changes there as of yet, but James Moorcroft getting ahead of Ethan Haynes for 5th. Could he be moving up the order any more than 5th? He's had a brilliant start to the race, and Philip Hayworth goes on the inside of Turner for the race lead in the inside of the horseshoe there. Little bit of contact, but Turner looking like he's going to be able to retake that position. Is he going into the top end? He does indeed. This is a great opportunity for 3rd and 4th place of Styles and Martin to catch up to the leading pair. Really try and catch up with the current race leader Turner. Hayworth did go up the inside, maybe a bit opportunistic. That's a bit of contact Turner didn't look too impressed with, but both of the karts remain unscathed and racing well. There is a contact warning for the number 64. That's Carl Bryant in 13th position. And so, can of course see that on the live Alpha Timing website. And if you're following the live stream on YouTube, Hayworth trying to go up the inside again. He gets a couple of wheels on the grass, and once again, and they make a 3rd amount of contact going into Billy's blind. Two are racing very closely indeed. Hayworth does manage to get past, and once again, the lead is with the number 66 ahead of Turner for the 2nd time in this race. Seems so determined to get past, didn't he? And now does lead once again. Just over a minute and 20 seconds to go, and Thomas Martin is very much caught up with the top 2. Harriet Styles in 4th position, dropped off ever so slightly. James Moorcroft has been catching up with Harriet Styles over the last couple of laps, caught up by another 4/10 in the previous one. But now he'll be determined to try and get past number 18. Have a go at the top 3 who are racing very closely once again, but Hayworth, having got past Charlie Turner, seems very determined to hold on to that, but Turner's going to try and go on the inside. Is he? Hayworth went ever so slightly wide, left an opportunity for Turner, but Turner wasn't quite close enough to make the most of it. Thomas Martin will really be looking to capitalise on any mistakes Turner makes, though, for 2nd position, try and find himself just in behind the race leader, the number 66, who won the final last meeting. The top three are separated by just under half a second going across the line. That's last lap. And Turner taking a relatively defensive line. He's very much aware of Martin's presence in behind him. His second place under threat from the number 69, who's looking very racy as we enter the latter stages of this race. This will be the last lap now. Hayworth on course for yet another win in what has been a very successful opening to his season. Last lap board shown to the rest of the competitors as they make their way across the start-finish line. Charlie Turner in second place with third, Thomas Martin. But is there going to be a final twist in the tail as we approach the final few corners of the race? The number 66 of Hayworth is looking like he's got this victory in the bag. Moorcroft, meanwhile, has managed to get Harriet Styles. I actually missed that manoeuvre. It was on the previous lap. Moorcroft getting past the number 18 of Styles, so he's definitely one to look out for when he has a higher grid placement later on in the day. But Hayworth takes the win from Charlie Turner. Eventually, there was over a second dividing the pair, with Thomas Martin finishing just 0.4 seconds behind Charlie Turner in third. James Moorcroft finishes fourth ahead of Harriet Styles, with Ethan Haynes in sixth. Kieran Shank seventh, with Oliver Holden in 8th position. Amelia Vincent 9th. 10th Benjamin Gilbert, with Gabriel Abbott in 11th. 12th Benjamin Chick, with Carl Bryant. Jordan Brightman West, Luke Chard Maple as the rounding out the top 15. Alex Kite 16th. Ari Barker 17th. Derek Hunt 18th. 19th Daniel Blackman. Colin Davis in 20th. And Andy Ward 21st. Colin Davis being lapped, and Andy Ward not finishing that race. So that concludes the third race of the day. Brilliant win for Philip Hayworth after a very tense battle between himself and Charlie Turner. Let's hope that is a sign of things to come in the Senior Max as we look forward to the next race, Minimax and Junior TKM. Here is the grid for the Minimax and Junior TKM then. We've got James Watson on pole alongside William Hicklin, with Sean Cuss and Jake Adams, Michael Salmon, Jarno Ottavianelli, and Sebastian Marlowe, Toby Ehlers-Jones, Joseph Hawkwood and Archie Strong make out the the 10 drivers who are going to be out on circuit. Hawkwood and Archie Strong, the two Junior TKM. And the carts will make their way towards the start-finish line to begin their 6 minutes of racing. Looks like we are underway with, unfortunately, the one driver who was off in the formation lap unable to start the race, but we will be resuming with the other 9 drivers, the 7 Minimax and 2 Junior TKM. Wouldn't usually, I suppose, combine a grid of with 7 drivers in it, but it goes to show how popular Clay Pigeon is this month. Over 150 entrants, which is the longest in a while in my memory. Brilliant to see. And goes to show if you have to combine a grid of 7 karts with another class, really is picking up, and some brilliant racing, I'm sure, still to come today. Still got a lot of time left in the day to experience some really brilliant racing. But in terms of the Minimax race out on circuit, James Watson is in the lead. Sean Cuss and Sebastian Marlowe in second and third. Marlowe having a good start, gaining 3 positions from his starting position of 6th, and has now managed to find himself up into second actually on the previous lap, so showing he has the pace early on here, the number 97 Marlowe. Could he threaten the race leader's position? James Watson, who is currently occupying the lead. Looks like there might have been a pass as well. The Junior TKM of Archie Strong trying to make his way past number 21 Sean Cuss, being overtaken by Archie Strong, of course, and one of the drivers spinning off there right in front of the marshal's post, but manages to resume. Not sure if there's any contact involved in that incident, but Archie Strong, of course, overtaking Sean Cuss. No championship points in that, being in separate classes, but still up into third place on the track is Archie Strong. Watson and Marlowe do lead the way. Top 2 racing very fiercely now. That was an overtake for Marlowe on the previous race leader, James Watson. And there's a mechanical flag out. Don't see too many of those, but there is one out now. It's the rear bumper on the number 18, William Hicklin. He's going to have to go into the pits to either get that repaired and get back out on circuit, or retire from the race. There is no outcome from this which avoids him going into the pit lane, unfortunately. So could well be the end of the race for William Hicklin with 2.5 minutes to go. Still on the timing board. Marlowe leads from James Watson and opened up that gap by 0.6 of a second on that previous lap. So gap already 0.77 of a second. There's a yellow flag for a kart which is quickly going backwards towards Billy's, but fortunately didn't come out the other end and manages to drive off of the grass, resume the circuit, and get back racing again from the S's on to the Sturmey Straight. Hicklin has gone into the pits just to confirm, so could well be out of this race. You'd imagine the chance of him going out and having a spare rear bumper would be pretty slim to be able to resume. Jarno Ottavianelli has been overtaken by Joseph Hockwood on that previous lap, of course, again in different classes. Hockwood in second place on the Junior TKM. Archie Strong is leading the way in the Junior TKM, in third position out there in the field. But Sebastian Marlowe leads the way for the Minimax, with James Watson in second position. Third place in the Minimax, Sean Cuss. Jana Olsavianelli 4th, Michael Salmon 5th, Toby Ehlers-Jones in 6th position. And the only novice out on track. There's a yellow flag waving for our driver who's off at the entrance. Well, just the start of the corner of the hairpin. Manages to rejoin though. So fortunately, the number 16 Toby Ehlers-Jones, despite spinning, does manage to rejoin the race at the back of the field, but rejoining nonetheless. Number 97 of Sebastian Marlowe does lead and holds a fastest lap as well, a 42.34. Next fastest lap is a 42.53, and that's set by Archie Strong in the junior TKM, who's not far behind James Watson now. Not far behind at all. There's no benefits in championship points for either of those two if one overtakes the other, but they might still have a squabble yet. And over 6 minutes and 20 seconds have gone, so they're definitely the last lap board will be out as they go by. And indeed, that is confirmed. Sebastian Marlowe has just under half a mile to go to confirm his first win in the first race of the day for these Minimax and Junior TKM drivers. This is going to be a pass. It is indeed Archie Strong going past James Watson. Change for second out there on the field, but no changes in terms of the class. And as the drivers will come around, it doesn't seem like there's any major battles going on, apart from quite far down in the order, where Ottavianelli battling with Michael Salmon, I believe. As Salmon managed to make his way past, has indeed, so Ottavianelli loses a position there, unfortunately for him. Marlowe takes the win from Strong. Watson in third, fourth is Cuss. And fifth position will be Hawkwood, who finishes second in his class. Number 87 of Michael Salmon overtaking Jarno Ottavianelli in the last couple of corners there. Ehlers-Jones also concludes his race with Hicklin going in, of course, on lap 4 because of his mechanical flag, his rear bumper not being present. So that concludes the race. Sebastian Marlowe taking the first win of the day in the Minimax. And is this the first race that we've seen so far today where there's a potentially ominous result? Well, we shall see as the day goes on. Senior Blue out on track on their formation lap and ready, hopefully, to get underway very shortly for their 6 minutes of racing. And we will be going with yet another large grid out there today. Formula Blues have been here a few times in my commentating career. Remember several times in which they have appeared at Clay Pigeon, and this meeting is another one of those. Let's hope for more good races out there as Scott Latimer and Rob Mortimer get us underway on the front row. And the karts weaving their way round from the S's onto the Sturmey straight. Let's see who of these drivers can get the best start to the day. As the number 6 from pole, Scott Latimer, battling with the number 7, I believe that was, Duncan McLeod. That's a very familiar name. Most of these names I do recognise from when they were here last season. And we know that there are some very competitive drivers out there who are very even on pace. So, Scott Latimer leads the way. McLeod is in second. Third is Ian Bramfield, gaining 6 from the start. But Mitchell McLeod, shout out to him, gaining 11 positions to get up into 4th after the first lap, having started in 15th place. Robert Dudley in 5th. 6th, Luke Latimer. Toby Cook in 7th, gaining 3 off the start, with Russell O'Neill and Kevin Ford, with Stuart Gray rounding out the top 10. And already one driver out of the running, unfortunately, so 17 drivers remain. Ryan Edgecombe out of the way and out of the race, unfortunately for him. O-plated Ian Bramfield is trying to get past the race leader Duncan McLeod, who both of whom have overtaken the pole sitter Scott Latimer, who sits in 3rd. But it is the O-plated Ian Bradfield who does lead the way. Duncan McLeod trying to defend. Now he's managed to get back into the lead, hasn't he? And defending once again. Bramfield, though, looking particularly racy in the early stages here. A warning for the number 14, Stuart Gray. Got to be cautious to not cause any more such incidents that have awarded him that warning flag. Duncan McLeod does lead, though, from Bramfield, and Bramfield, despite having the pace at the moment, unable to get past the race leader. He does hold the fastest lap of the race, despite it being very early days, of course. Still just under 3.5 minutes to go. Only 3 laps completed by these drivers so far. Number 7 of McLeod leaning from Bramfield. Latimer 3rd, 4th is McLeod after a very much flying start. Hasn't made significant progress since. And now Bramfield does go past the race leader and has overtaken McLeod to get up into the lead. Scott Latimer is 3rd, Mitchell McLeod in 4th place, but that could again be a change in position, as the number 10 of Mitchell McLeod does find himself past Scott Latimer and into the top 3. So 2 of the 3 McLeods up into the podium positions now. Only Ian Bradfield is interrupting that with his race lead, and well, Hannah McLeod is in 12th position. Further down the order, but Ian Bradfield at the moment is not threatened by anyone. That O-plated kart hurtling around the circuit, holds fastest lap as well, a 43.1. And no one else has managed to get beneath the 40, well, I was just about to say 43.5 second mark, but in fact, Kevin Ford has managed that in 4th position. So a few of the drivers looking racy a little bit further down the order. Kevin Ford being one of those drivers in 4th place at the moment behind Mitchell McLeod. Top 2 look like they've pretty much settled their positions. Still 1.5 minutes to go, but Bradfield has certainly got enough of a substantial gap on Duncan McLeod that margin won't be a problem for the current race leader to go ahead and win this. Number 10 of Mitchell McLeod is in 3rd place ahead of Kevin Ford, the number 4. Now, so that could be a change in position. Is Kevin Ford going to improve upon his number? Bradfield leads the way, though, and at the moment isn't looking too threatened by the presence of Duncan McLeod in second, who is over 2 seconds behind. Branfield has done brilliantly at opening that gap since he's got into the lead. Kevin Ford, despite holding a very quick personal best lap time, almost 7/10 quicker than his racing counterpart, Mitchell McLeod is holding on well in third and doesn't seem like he's under a massive extortionate amount of pressure at the moment. But with just under 15 seconds on the clock, they will squeeze another lap in, I believe. So this will be the 8th lap of a 9-lap race. And Mitchell McLeod still in third place ahead of Kevin Ford. Scott Latimer is in 5th place, just ahead of Luke Latimer, who has closed in by over 1/10 of a second on that previous lap. Stuart Gray overtaking Toby Cook on that previous lap with Russell O'Neill in 9th. 10th is Taylor Waldron with Robert Dudley, Hannah McLeod and Ron Schoen with Graham Dudley, all very close in behind. Ron Mortimer, Kevin O'Neill and John Robbins are the remainder of the drivers out there. Hannah McLeod, the novice driver, is in 12th place, and the highest placed novice out there on the circuit. The 2 novices who started, John Robbins, is in 17th place and last out there on the field. Looks like there was a bit of contact there, was there? Number 12. But this is the last lap now, and Ian Branfield is on his way to an impressive first race victory. Number 7 of Duncan McLeod in second place is definitely going to finish in second place. There's no other positions he really can. Branfield, a small fist pump there. Obviously happy with his result of taking the win ahead of Duncan McLeod by over 4.5 seconds in the end. Mitchell McLeod and Kevin Ford 3rd and 4th. And Scott Latimer, Luke Latimer, rounding out the top 6. Another pretty good looking grid out there for the the junior Max, who are ready to get underway with their first race of the day. And the juniors are underway now. Harvey Thornley was on the front row alongside Michael Goodburn. Let's just see how those two can maintain their positions, or in Goodburn's case, try and get into the lead of the race, which he has managed to do so from the front row. So, a good start from him. It looks like the number 24 of Jem Hepworth has had a brilliant start to the race, starting on the third row of the grid, and already up into second place, was threatening for the race lead as early as the Sturmey Straight. So brilliant start by Hepworth, as Bradley Shepherd and Oakley Pryor gaining 8 positions from the start of the race. That is extraordinary in a 13 kart grid to gain 8 positions after the just one lap. Matteo Pierce gaining 3 positions up into 5th now, with Harvey Thornley in 6th. 7th is James Laby, with Jensen Watts, Bradley Watts and Sylvain Vessia as the rest of the top 10. But already Hepworth, having got past most of the drivers off the start, has now managed to get past Michael Goodburn as well, and is up into the lead of the race. So a brilliant start to the opening stages for Jem Hepworth, as looks like there still could be very much a 5-way battle for the lead. This could very much be one to keep your eyes on, as any of the top 5 at the moment looking racy. Oakley Pryor having a little look up the inside of Michael Goodburn at the Billy's blind there, but unable to do anything about it, unfortunately for him. Colin Milkins looks like might be out of the running. 2 novices still left in it. Harry Rice is the highest placed one in 9th position. So the battle for the top, well, the lead, but the top 5 has been split into a pair and a 3. The top 2, Oakley Pryor and Jem Hepworth, very much battling it out for the lead. Michael Goodburn losing a position there, but Pryor making very good progress from his starting position of 12th to find himself in the lead after just 3 laps. Ahead of Jem Hepworth now, and Michael Goodburn is in 3rd with pressure from Bradley Shepherd and Matteo Pierce. Pierce in 5th place and hasn't been any higher than 5th at any stage during this race so far, but still has a lot of time to do so. Bradley Shepherd losing out to Michael Goodburn, who reclaims his 3rd place. Oakley Pryor does lead though from Jem Hepworth, who hasn't been able to match the pace of the race leader since he managed to get into the lead. Bradley Shepherd just in behind Michael Goodburn, but at the moment can't craft anything in order to get him past. Across the start-finish line, each of the drivers go. Bradley Watts is in 6th place, and 7th is Jensen Watts. 2 of them going across the line there. Two minutes left on the clock, and looks like something might have happened to Matteo Pierce here. Can't see the number 21 in his usual position at the front. Oakley Pryor and Jem Hepworth as the leading pair, and Michael Goodburn and Bradley Shepherd in another pair. But where's Pierce gone? Must have had a incident somewhere, but has stopped at Billy's apparently. So looks like that was almost definitely Pierce. So was racing, well, competing for the lead just a few laps ago, but it seems that Pierce is out of the running when he was challenging in 5th position, so that's a shame to see, but not quite sure why that is. Oakley Pryor does lead the way though. It seems that the top 4 now, having very much been split up, and Pryor is over a second ahead of Hepworth, and Goodburn and Shepherd are separated by just over half a second. In fact, that's still looking like a battle which is yet to be resolved. Shepherd trying to get ahead of Goodburn as they go round Buttons and into the top end once again. Buttons renamed in that fashion due to 2013 Formula 1 World Champion Jenson Button, who of course used to race here at Clay Pigeon regularly as a lad. Contact warning for the number 77 Harry Rice. The first contact warning of the race, but Pierce has rejoined meanwhile, number 21, in 12th place and very far off of 11th, but rejoining the race is never a bad sign, and hopefully he'll spur him on to greater things in the later races in this class. This is the last lap now though for each of the drivers, and Oakley Pryor is on his way. He's actually lost time on the last lap, 0.15 of a second. It seems that Jem Hepworth has really been heaping the pressure on in the latter stages, but seems that it might have been left too late, and Oakley Pryor, having got into the lead, never really looked like surrendering it. You can see Pierce sandwiched between the two leading pairs. But number 69 of Oakley Pryor does take the win, takes the checkered flag ahead of Jem Hepworth. Michael Goodburn will take 3rd ahead of Bradley Shepherd, who kept mounting challenges but could never find the killer pass to get past. It looks like they do go up and either congratulate each other, greet each other, or something, which is a good sporting gesture around Billy's there. Hopefully that's what it was anyway, I'm not reading that wrong. But Bradley Watts finishes 5th, Jensen Watts in 6th, 7th James Laby with Bailey Voisin, Harry Rice and Harvey Thornley as the rest of the top 10. So it's race number 7, and that means it is the second heat for the Honda Cadets, and Sonny Smith will start this one on a pole position alongside Harrison Lambert, Scott Sumpton and Daniel Beard on row 2. Row 3 is Holly Woolley with C-plated Ollie Tyler, Jack Clements and Ethan Leader with Keen Berta and Callum Fulham as the rest of the top 10. I'll say this as I do with most meetings. If I am butchering any names, please do come up to the commentary box just to the left of the main racing centre and do come up and correct me. But we will be racing now with the second heat of the day. And once again, a huge grid for the Honda Cadets. A couple of the karts off the circuit, but it looks like they're going to rejoin. Hopefully no incidents as they do rejoin. Nope. Looks like a bit of debris flicked up as they did go across the grass, but fortunately, looks like each of the drivers are okay to resume. Looks like we are going to have a restart actually, so that excitement eventually for nothing. So hopefully we will be able to get going this time properly. And we'll be racing again. But Sonny Smith from the front row actually did lose that position off the start, so we'll be grateful for another opportunity to try and maintain it. We know how capable a driver he is alongside the number 43. Are they going around once again? Looks like it very much. Doesn't look like they're racing at the moment. A little bit of confusion going on there, but indeed we are going to go around one more time. So taking a couple of laps to get this one going, but hopefully it's just building the tension for another exciting race. Over 30 competitors in this one heat. Drivers going very, very slowly around the horseshoe. But we will be underway, hopefully, at the end of this lap for 6 minutes of Hondas to enjoy once again in race number 7 of the day. Harrison Lambert has started promisingly over the last couple of restarts though, and he'll be looking to do the same once again. He did seem to go across the tram lines there, which, if I can mouth read, seems that one of the marshals is telling someone, but so he might be punished for that. Number 43, who's currently in the race lead, but certainly had a better start than Sonny Smith. Number 95, who is certainly familiar with winning races here at Clay Pigeon. Lambert, perhaps not so much, but a very talented driver nonetheless, in the lead of the race. And Sonny Smith is in second position. Scott Sumpton is in third position, or was at the start of that lap anyway. In fact, does remain in third. Ollie Tyler is into fourth. Fifth place is Ethan Leader. Jack Clements is in sixth. Seventh is Lucas Ellingham with Keem Berta in eighth. Ninth is Gibbons and Lomliev in 10th. There's a contact warning for the number 29. That is Harvey Charter, who is in 24th position. Sonny Smith back into the lead of the race though. Harrison Lambert falling to second position. Scott Sumpton is in third ahead of the C-plated Ollie Tyler. Those four have managed to make a small gap for themselves ahead of fifth place Ethan Leader, number 27, with the GoPro on the front of his kart. And in fact is leading a large group of competitors who are in behind, looking hungry to try and break into the top 5. And there might be an opportunity to do so for those drivers here. Lucas Ellingham going up the inside. Kid Bert's going to try and follow through. And Ethan Leader actually only gets away with losing one position. Usually in those positions when one kart goes through, a lot follow, but Ethan Leader maybe got away lightly there. Sonny Smith leading the way only just from Harrison Lambert, who is right on the rear bumper of the race leader. Third and fourth, Scott Sumpton and Ollie Tyler might also be in still for the battle for the race lead. They're far from out of touch with the race leaders, that's for sure, as Tyler goes at the inside of Sumpton to gain third position. And has actually lost that once again. So Sumpton back into third. Sonny Smith still racing alongside his frontline counterpart, Harrison Lambert. Trying to think of a way to word that then, but Lambert and Smith, of course, started alongside each other on the front row and are racing now at the front. That gap back to Summerton and Tyler keeps getting ever so slightly bigger each lap. So whether the top two will really separate themselves from third and fourth over the next coming laps, we shall see. Just over 2.5 minutes left to go of this race. As fifth place, number 5, Lucas Ellingham, overtaking Keen Berta. Ethan Leader losing a couple of positions over the last lap there, down into 8th now for the number 27. Sonny Smith in the lead, Harrison Lambert in second position. Lambert maybe looking for an opportunity here, a little nudge perhaps on the rear bumper of the race leader there from Lambert. Making the leader know that he is very much in the running for the race lead here, and he's threatening the position of Sonny Smith, but hasn't really created any opportunities to go past. Doesn't seem too keen to really dedicate himself to a move. Maybe that's a tactical choice, or maybe hasn't quite found the right opportunity to do so as of yet. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go now, and there's a contact warning for the number 7, that's Archie Brown, just outside of the top 10 in 11th place, and a penalty. Well, not a penalty, but a warning under his belt. Seems the race winner will be one of the top two, unless they come together, because third and fourth ever so slightly dropping off each lap. I've yet to see that time go green. Well, I'll say that. There we go. Summerton actually did close in on Lambert on that previous lap, and that means that maybe the battle for third and fourth isn't so out of touch with the battle for the lead, and whether they'll come into contact with one another by the end of this race, though, remains to be seen. They'll still get in another lap, I think, after this one. There's still 20 seconds left on the clock as they make their way around Buttons, and there's a second contact warning for the number 7, Archie Brown. Has definitely got to be cautious as the race wears on, that's for sure. Up into 9th now, though, for Brown. Smith, Lambert, Summerton, Tyler is the order of the top 4, and that hasn't changed in a few laps, has it? Aston Miller overtaking Lucas Ellingham, though, for 5th position. And with just over 6 minutes gone on the clock, means that the next lap will be the last one. And the last opportunity for Harrison Lambert, who's shown that he has the pace and capability to get past Sonny Smith, but hasn't dedicated himself totally to a move to get into the race lead. A personal best, meanwhile, on a fastest lap for Archie Brown means that he is the fastest lap holder in 8th position. This is the last lap, though, and it seems that maybe Harrison Lambert's left it too late. Sonny Smith now from the lead will only drive defensively if he knows that Lambert is right on his tail. Doesn't take that defensive line, though, going into the hairpin or the horseshoe. Going into Buttons, you suspect that he'll just keep his line. Knows that Lambert isn't too far behind. Ollie Tyler's determined to try and get past Summerton, but maybe won't quite be able to do so for 3rd position. But it's going to be a win for Sonny Smith, as the number 43 of Lambert comes in behind in 2nd place. But Ollie Tyler did manage to get past Scott Summerton, got the better exit from the top end, and overtakes him to finish in 3rd position. Aston Miller 5th, 6th Lucas Ellingham with Archie Brown in 7th place, Keen Berta in 8th, 9th Ethan Leader and Owen Tolley rounding out the top 10. 11th Jack Clements, Harvey Charter, Ivan Lomliev, Charlie Vaughan and Oliver Makepeace down to 15th, 16th Cameron Ross, 17th Oscar Blanchard, and the highest placed novice there. The number 33 finishing in 17th position. Not a bad effort at all from the number 33. Colin Fulham, Edward Leader and Edward Pearson round out the remainder of the top 20. The FP4 World Formula. Their first heat is coming up now. Of course, the second heat of the Hondas dividing up the races, and that will continue to be each 7 races, the Honda Cadets, for their 4 heats. And so the FP4 formulas are out here for their first heat and the standing start. They were here last season, of course. I do remember their standing starts here last season, and let's see how they get on here at Clay in this March meeting. So it's going to be Angus Waddle, the number 1 on pole position, alongside Roger Watts, with Robert Teague and Anthony Wynne on row 2. But we are racing, and a good start there by the number 6, who switches across, Dominic Wright, to get ahead of a couple of drivers there. Good thing about standing starts, you really can see who does get the better start or not as they make their way down towards the first corner. But now we have got a established race leader, and as they just come round out of the hairpin and into the horseshoe, confirm that it is the pole sitter Angus Waddle who does lead the way from Robert Teague. Robert Watts is in 3rd position, and 4th place Jason Findlay from the start. But let's see as they go across the line now whether any of that has changed. Indeed it hasn't. In fact, there's no changes at all in the top 6. But Dominic Wright, I mentioned he had a good start, and he has in fact gained 3 positions from the start, the biggest net gainer out of the entire field, from 10th to 7th. And only a couple of changes throughout the field of the 14 drivers of the FP4s who have turned up to Clay Pigeon today. But Angus Waddle is racing well in these early stages. And from the race lead, he's already got a gap to play with back to the number 27 of Robert T. Roger Watts and Jason Finley 3rd and 4th. Waddle already with that sizable gap. It looks like Teague might have lost a couple of positions. Don't remember his kart being white before. That's the only thing that makes me think that, but I'm wrong, and he's in second place. But Roger Watts under significant threat for his third position there. Several of the drivers closing in: Jason Finley, Anthony Wynn, Dominic Wright, all being a few of those, but it's all falling into place for Waddle at the moment. Teague, Finley, Watts is the rest of the top four. Jason Finley in third position. Is he going to be able to get past the number 27 of Robert Teague? Meanwhile, the fastest lap belongs to Dominic Wright, the number 6, who occupies the position of his number. Yellow flags waving for what looked like was an incident at the hairpin, but the spinner has managed to spin himself back round and join the racing once again. The number 25, Tom Swading. Teague under a lot of pressure from Finley now. That could be a change for second place. Averaging around about the 44 second mark, well, 44.5 second mark for a lot of the drivers. It seems that they vary a fair amount. We've got a 43.98 as the fastest lap. Can't quite see that very well there, just with the sunlight and the shelter that the screen is in the commentary box here. But then a 44.57 by T, 44.04, so a half second quicker from Finley. Then 44.49 again, and a 0.2 by Whitley, who's down in 7th. So a large variety of personal best lap times going on amongst the field. Robert Teague, Anthony Watkins in second and third, fourth Jason Finley. Wynn getting past Finley and has raced well, hasn't he, since he's got up into those higher positions. In third now. If I occasionally do stop, by the way, on the stream, likely it is someone's speaking out over the speakers on the circuit, just to give you a bit of a context to that. Or I'm just not talking for whatever reason, but a lot of the times there will be announcements over the speakers, etc. Hence, I will stop speaking on there and forget as well that I'm running the live stream, which few of you are listening to. Peter Coates getting past Dominic Wright on that previous lap and up into 5th position now. Hasn't been a great few laps for Alex Whiteley, despite getting the fastest lap. Hasn't actually gained any positions in a little while. Anthony Wynn in second place ahead of Teague. Finley in 4th. And Roger Watts, he's the driver who's lost out most significantly over the last few laps. Hasn't had the best of luck, has he, Roger Watts? Just slightly slower than the karts in front of him and just unable to hold on to those pivotal few positions. The number 27 of Robert Teague under a lot of pressure from Peter Coates here. The number 44, he's trying to get the inside now of the hairpin. Is that going to be a move completed? It is indeed. He manages to get past, and there could be more trouble here for Teague, as he's under more pressure from Dominic Wright, who's also managed to get past. And Whiteley also does the same. Number 18, Anthony Wynn, in second place as they make their way onto the last lap now. Last lap of the race. and Angus Waddle, who is leading the way around a definitely drier circuit than it was a few races ago. Anthony Wynn is the only driver who's really put any pressure on the race leader throughout the race, and that's only been in the very much latter stages. He's not going to be close enough to challenge Waddle's race lead, and Waddle is going to take the win ahead of Anthony Wynn. Peter Cokes in third place, fourth Alex Whitley with Dominic Wright in fifth, sixth is Robert Teague with Jason Finley in seventh, eighth is Chris Kelly, ninth Roger Watts, and Keith Robertson takes 10th position. 11th Tom Swading and Andrew and Archie Ailing in 12th and 13th. The 177 and 177 Masters with the senior TKM as well, all thrown into the mix, and looks like we are racing with the 177s now. They make their race start, and the two senior TKMs also get going now. Alex Tyler and Jack Darton, who will both be the competitors in the senior TKM race today. Unfortunately, that grid has dropped over the last few years. Really makes for such a close and exciting field when the grid is a little bigger. But the 177s racing towards the front of the pack and have a bigger grid. Gary Cox in first place, having gained 5 positions on the first lap, so it's a brilliant start from the number 14. Joe Walmsley in second place, hasn't been too shoddy either, started in 5th place and is now up into 2nd place. Samuel Dix in 3rd, 4th is Steve Nash, Sam Winter in 5th place, 6th is Dean Mann, Martin Howell in 7th. And Gary Cox looking very good in these early stages. Opening up his gap to over 2.4 seconds after just 2 laps gone. So brilliant from him. Cox leads the way. 2.1 seconds ahead of Joe Walmsley. Steve Nash and Dean Mann in third and fourth. Samuel Dix is in fifth with sixth. Sam Winter, Ian Brown in seventh. And the sole novice out there on the track, Martin Howell, is in 8th. Alex Tyler in the TKM is in 9th place. Matthew Howell in 10th. Jack Dart in 11th. And Simon Gover in 12th as things stand. FP4 Prokarts now on the grid and getting ready to go for their first heat of the day. Once again, as with the FP4 World Formula, recognise the karts out there today. The two obviously came together, two classes I mean, and will be ready to go very shortly with the FP4 Prokarts here at Clay Pigeon for their first heat of the day. And not a good start from the pole sitter, number 71 there. As these drivers make their way around the S's, well, from Billy's into the S's and onto the Sturmy straight they go. Number 15 looks like is in the lead, Kev Mathers. And going almost 3 abreast going into the horseshoe there. Number 37, Carl Kerwin, with Shane Cuthbert and Jeremy Balls in 3rd and 4th. Matt Wildman in 5th position, but the number 10 of Shane Cuthbert up into 2nd place. A brilliant start from Matt Dorrington, by the way, from 10th up into 4th place in just 1 lap. Not bad at all. But number 37 and 10 coming together there, Shane Cuthbert and Carl Kerwin. And Cuthbert didn't look too pleased about that. A quick shake of the head on the exit to the Sturmy straight, but number 37 could be in a little bit of trouble here. The number 21 gets past, looking relatively easily, Matt Wildman. But many changes in position throughout the field, apart from at the front, where Kev Mathers leads pretty comfortably. Although that lead is far from guaranteed to staying with him. The number 21 Wildman is in 2nd place with Cuthbert in 3rd. 4th is Dorrington with Kerwin in 5th. Balls is 6th. 7th Bennett with John Davis in 8th. Number 6 goes out very wide onto the grass. Once again, that's Dorrington. Had a great start, but hasn't been able to do too much with the momentum that he gained. Hasn't quite cracked into the top 3 yet. Number 71 of Balls overtaking both Dorrington and Kerwin on that previous lap. And there seems to be a very closely fought class, this one, doesn't it? As each of the drivers make their way around the hairpin and into the horseshoe they go. Bit of contact there between Dorrington and Balls, but fortunately both managed to resume. I think there's been a single lap in which there hasn't been at least 3 or 4 changes out there on the circuit. Many close battles going on. Dorrington overtaking Cuthbert and Balls on that previous one, and there's a yellow flag waving for one of the karts who has spun at Billy's, but has rejoined at the back of the field in 11th place. They will be the number 38 of Sarah Bennett. That is unfortunately a victim in the middle of the pack there. Number 71 with a very big slide on the exit to the horseshoe, Jeremy Balls, but manages to resume with the race and without spinning out, so well done to him. Sorry to those of you on the stream if I have just left up the grid for like the last few minutes or so. That's not ideal. Mistake on my part there. Matt Wildman, though, having got into the lead, has escaped Kev Mathers pretty well. And Mathers in second position might have a little bit of pressure from third place Matt Dorrington here within the latter stages of this race. Just under 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Matt Wildman leads Kev Mathers. Matt Dorrington in third, Shane Cuthbert in fourth, and with 15 seconds left on the clock, this will be the penultimate lap now as Dorrington gets past Mathers, forcing him out pretty wide as well. But looks like we know who the top three are going to be. And there's just been a change for second place, actually. Dorrington getting past Kev Mathers. And as the last lap of the race gets underway, Dorrington ahead of Mathers means that that's almost definitely going to be the conclusion of the top two. Matt Wildman and Matt Dorrington as the top two. Shane Cuthbert in fourth. Fifth is Carl Cohen, Jeremy Balls in 6th, 7th is Roy Grassi with Tony Lamb in 8th, 9th is Ross Brinkley and Sarah Bennett in 10th, John Davis in 11th. But down towards the checkered flag, and it is a win for the number 21, Matt Wildman, who beats Matt Dorrington to the line. Kev Mathers in third place ahead of the number 10 of Shane Cuthbert, Carl Cohen and Jeremy Balls all close in behind. And Roy Grassi, Tony Lamb and Ross Brinkley also with a close battle there, 7th down to 9th. As the last couple come across the line, Sarah Bennett and John Davis. the round of second heat about to get underway then, and the IAME cadets will get us going with it. The 7 drivers start their 6 minutes of racing in their second heat, and let's see who will get on top of this one. It's the number 54 of Daniel Dudfield, who having taken a first race victory, will be looking determined to take 2 out of 2. Cameron Crockett, of course, finished second last time, and he takes that position once again this time. Number 88, ahead of Daniel Thorne, who I believe is in third. As they come across the line, it will be clear what positions each of the drivers are in, and they go across the line now to complete their first lap of the race. It is Lucas Field who is in third. Fourth is Harry Dudfield, with Kieran Roberts and Daniel Thorne in 6th place. Not a great start from him, that's for sure. Noah Hadley in 7th position. Dudfield in the lead of the race. Crockett in 2nd position, and that's already been a running theme throughout the day in Heat 1. Will it stay like that throughout the rest of the day here for the IAMEs? IAME Cadet, of course, the upgrade on the Coma Cadet a few years back. A couple of years ago now, I think it was. Still, Coma Cadets were here in 2014, that's for sure. But a lot of the drivers have either grown up or opted to go to the Honda Cadets, where the grids are so popular, especially here at Clay Pigeon. And the next Honda Cadet race is just in 3 races time. Race number 14. No changes in order of the top 2, apart from I just say that, and then Cameron Crockett manages to get past the current race leader, or was the race leader, Daniel Dudfield. Dudfield overtaken, and now Cameron Crockett does occupy the lead of the race. Third place, Lucas Field, the novice, who is ahead of Kieran Roberts. Great driving from that particular youngster. There is a warning for the number 52, Daniel Thorne, who's currently in 7th place at the back of the field, but does now have a contact warning under his belt, unfortunately for him. Cameron Crockett leads, though, and Dudfield, despite the confidence which that first win you would have thought would have surged into him, he's since being in 2nd place hasn't looked so threatening. Cameron Crockett's lead under a bit of pressure now, but when he got into the lead you thought there was going to be a gap and he might have just escaped the number 88. Lucas Fields ahead of Kieran Roberts. Still remains that battle for 3rd position, as the top 4 do make their way towards completing their 6th lap with just under 1.5 minutes to go. And it's certainly starting to get drier on the track. This has been a very gradual process over the last couple of hours, but now looks like several of the drivers will be opting for slicks if possible. Crockett still leads from Dudfield. Apologies to those of you on the stream once again, leaving the grid up. Our third and fourth going to be able to get into a fight with the top two. There's not a lot of time left, but they are racing well. Clock hits 0 now, and meaning that at the end of this lap they will see the last lap board. No, they've got just one more to go. And now it is the last lap. Crockett from Dudfield, from Field from Roberts. And that is going to be the final struggle between those four karts. Fifth placed Noah Hadley is over 5 seconds behind Kieran Roberts. But as the cars will make their way around, is that bit of contact between the top two, and suddenly it's all opened up. Crockett and Dudfield come together, and now there's a four-way battle for the lead in the latter stages of this race. It's suddenly got very interesting indeed as Dudfield maintains second place. Crockett's managed to get back up into the lead, but Roberts has found a way through, and could he threaten the second place sitter? Dudfield has made their way towards the checkered flag. The four karts, well, three of them trailing Cameron Crockett, and Crockett goes across the line just about ahead of Dudfield. Roberts did get ahead of Field, but that was the overall only change from the lap before. And Crockett does take the win ahead of Dudfield. The two were separated by just 0.02 of a second across the line, but the number 88 does take the win. Great win for him ahead of Dudfield to stop there being the first driver of the day to take 2 wins. The Senior Max second heat race number 12 is about to get underway, and every single driver out there is on slicks. For the first time of the day, every driver in the class is out there on dry tyres. So let's see how that dynamic shapes this race. I mentioned how the track had been drying out, of course, and now the sun has even made an appearance, albeit behind a cloud. but that will help dry out the circuit further and create quicker and, excuse the pun, slicker, hopefully, racing. But we are underway. 6 minutes of senior Rotax to enjoy, are we? Can't quite see. I believe we are going, but just screen ever so slightly lagging behind there, but hopefully that will just fix itself. Number 71 in the lead in these early stages, followed by the number 24, and a few of the drivers are really squabbling there. Third place, just holding off fourth for now, but very aggressive racing by a few of the drivers who are obviously keen to get going. Colin Davis leads the way, Benjamin Chick in second, Carl Bryan in third, Alex Kite is in fourth with Hayworth in fifth. Sixth is James Moorcroft with Thomas Martin in seventh. Eighth, Harriet Styles, Harry Barker in ninth, Charlie Turner in 10th position. 20 karts out there on the circuit. There's a yellow flag waving for one kart who's spun around, unfortunately, at the hairpin. Could be a couple of changes here as the number 14 and 67 tangle up with each other and go slightly wide on the exit to the horseshoe. So that's unfortunate for Jordan Brightman West, who looked more of a victim of that than the causer. Contact warning for one of the drivers though, and it is the number 5, and that's Charlie Turner, who is in 8th position, and the number 69 also receives on Thomas Martin. So the two who are right next to each other, 7th and 8th, both receive the same warning. Got to be cautious about how they do make that contact. But Colin Davis has got a huge lead, almost 4 seconds ahead of Philip Hayworth, who's recently found himself up into 2nd position ahead of Benjamin Chick. But Colin Davis in the lead of the race, and has been since the start, but who knew he'd have this substantial a gap after 3 laps. He was certainly off the cards, but over almost 4 seconds, that's pretty extraordinary, ahead of the number 66, Phil Hayworth. Benjamin Chick is in 3rd, 4th Alex Kite with Charlie Turner 5th, 6th Carl Bryant. As Charlie Turner overtakes Benjamin Chick just going across the line there, so that is a change in 3rd position actually. I was about to say 4th, but in fact it is 3rd. Seems that all 90 karts still racing in this one, which is good to see. There's a black flag though for the number 5, Charlie Turner. So unfortunately the 3rd place racer at the moment will have to go out. So puts his hand up. Obviously he has recognised that he's received that black flag. Don't see too many black flags around here at Clay, but Charlie Turner's received the first one of the day, and unfortunately from 3rd place. It would have been interesting to see how he'd caught up with Phil Hayworth. He had been doing so by 3/10 in that previous lap, but unfortunately for him, will have to go into the pits and retire from this race, taking 0 points. It's certainly going to harm his grid prospects later on in the Senior Max Final, race number 31. But Colin Davis will still hold the race lead. Just couldn't quite say that one there for a second. 3.5 seconds behind him is Phil Hayworth with Alex Kite in 3rd. 4th is Carl Bryant, Benjamin Chick in 5th. 6th is James Moorcroft, Ethan Haynes, Harry Barker, Oliver Holden and Derek Hunt round out the top 10. And of course each of the drivers gaining a position as a result of the disqualification of Charlie Turner. Contact warning for the number 31 now. That's Luke Chard Maple, the highest placed novice, in 11th. And he'll have to be aware of the fact that he's also received a contact warning, and the fact that Turner has received a black flag. Won't want to have a repeat of that. James Moorcroft trying to make an overtake on Benjamin Chick here, going up the inside of the hairpin. Has he managed to do so? And he's trying to go up the inside as well of the number 64, Carl Bryant. James Moorcroft looking very racy in the middle stages of this race. And despite looking quick in heats 1 and 2, hasn't done an awful lot with that pace he's evidently got. I don't think he's finished higher than 4th. And another 4th place could be on the cards. Alex Kite is over 2 seconds ahead of the number 21. But this is looking very good for Colin Davis, who's in the lead of the race. And let's just see the margin now, 3.58, it was 3.47, so Hayworth with a little bit of a slower lap for his very lofty standards, which he set for himself, especially in the first meeting back in February. Alex Kite is in 3rd, James Moorcroft still 4th with Carl Bryant and Benjamin Chick. No changes in the order of the top 10 last time by. Thomas Martin, meanwhile, up into 11th place, the number 69. He's usually a very quick competitor, so obviously probably wrapped up in an incident somewhere in the circuit a little bit earlier on to find himself further down the grid order than he would have liked. But over 6 minutes into this race, so the next time by will be the final lap, and Colin Davis has got this victory very much under his thumb at the moment. Philip Hayworth, despite closing the gap on that last lap, can't actually do the same this time by. 3.6 seconds is much more than enough for Colin Davis to take this win with aplomb. James Moorcroft up into 3rd, by the way, ahead of Alex Kite now. He is blisteringly quick, isn't he, Moorcroft? And has made the most of that pace in this race. He won't be able to catch Hayworth, though, by the end of this one. Carl Bryant is in 5th with Ethan Haynes in 6th. Benjamin Chick is in 7th position. And the checkered flag does wave for the race winner, Colin Davis. Phil Hayworth takes 2nd position. 3rd will be James Moorcroft ahead of Alex Kite. Carl Bryant will conclude his race just about behind Ethan Haynes, actually. So 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th all come across the line very close together indeed. Benjamin Chick in 9th, 10th is Thomas Martin, Harriet Stiles in 11th, Derek Hunt in 12th, 13th Luke Chard Maple, Gabriel Abbott in 14th, 15th is Daniel Blackman with Benjamin Gilbert in 16th, 17th is Jordan Brightman West. And Amelia Vincent, Andy Ward and Charlie Turner, the 3 non-finishers in the race. Oh wait, no, Amelia Vincent and Andy Ward did finish, and the screen just lagged a little bit behind there, but 19 of the 20 finishers, good to see. And some good racing further up the field as well, but in the end, what looked like a routine victory for Colin Davis as he won by over 3.6 seconds. On to the Minimax and Junior TKM second heat now. And we will be away with this race. Looks like we are running, are we? Yep, we are indeed. Sometimes a little uncertain about that, but it's becoming very bright in the commentary box all of a sudden, and actually struggling a little bit for sight here, so apologies if I do make any mistakes or anything like that. But coming across the line in the lead of the race in the very early stages, of course, is the number 87 of Michael Salmon, who leads from Sebastian Marlowe and Sean Cuss. Jarno Ottavianelli in 4th place with Jake Adams, James Watson and Joseph Hawkwood as the rest of the drivers out there. Of course, Hawkwood and Archie Strong are the 2 junior TKMs who are out on track with the rest of Minimax, and neither will influence each other's championship points. In this Minimax and Junior TKM race then, it is Sebastian Marlowe who is on a course to become the first driver of the day to take 2 wins. That's across all classes. Michael Salmon is in 2nd position with 3rd James Watson. Sean Cuss is in 3rd. Jake Adams in 4th. 5th Joseph Hawkwood with the Jarno Ottavianelli. William Hicklin Archie Strong and Toby Ehlers-Jones as the rest of the drivers out there on the circuit. Archie Strong and Joseph Hawkwood, of course, the junior TKM, who aren't competing with the Minimax, and Joseph Hawkwood currently winning that battle. Sean Cuss and Jake Adams both getting past Michael Salmon on that previous lap though, and in fact James Watson as well, so not a good lap from Michael Salmon as he loses 3 positions. And that looks like a very promising sign for the current race leader, number 97, Sebastian Marlowe, who, as I mentioned, will be on his course to take his second win of the day. But with the kart squabbling in behind, it enables an opportunity for him to open up that lead. But also, on the flip side of that, James Watson was the quicker driver. And now he's the closest driver to Marlowe in order to compete with him. But there's not going to be enough time. We're already on the last lap of the race. And Marlowe will be on his way to another victory. Not comfortable by any means, but the number 97 has raced well, and he's on his way now. Cross the line, takes a checkered flag ahead of James Watson, as Jake Adams also gets past Sean Cuss on the final lap there to claim 3rd. 5th is Michael Salmon, with Joseph Hawkwood the winner in the junior TKM class. Jarno Ottavianelli will take 7th, and Archie Strong 2nd in the junior TKM. 9th out on the track, 7th in his class, William Hicklin, with Toby Ehlers-Jones at the back. It is time once again then for the Honda Cadets, and their 3rd heat of 4 will be underway shortly, but I'm not sure it will be at the end of this lap. Field looks very much still dispersed, as the drivers are obviously raring to go. For some of them it will be their 2nd heat, for some of them it will be their final heat. So regardless, the grid is as follows, and you know it's a big grid when the screen is to keep moving down here in the commentary box, but it is Oliver Bierman who is on the front row alongside Oliver Greenall, Then Leon Henderson and Oliver Makepeace makes a hat-trick of Olivers in just 2 rows. Sebastian Block and Harvey Charter make up the 3rd row, with Edward Pearson and Joshua Whittington Couch rounding out the top 8. Aston Miller and Edward Leader are also on the front in the top 10 of their grid positions. Hopefully it will be underway at the end of this lap now, although one of the karts is going extremely slowly and might have to pull out of the running, but it says there's a green flag and we are racing, but there was contact between 2 of the drivers, and unfortunately for that driver, was taken out, but has managed to rejoin, and supposedly without too much damage, hopefully. So manages to get going again, but Bearman at the front in the O-plated cart, and there's yellow flags waving for that cart who couldn't quite get to the start. 5 carts drifting out wide on the horseshoe there. Bit of a scrappy start to the Honda Cadets, it's fair to say. Bearman, though, in the lead of the race. Block in 2nd. 3rd is Charter, with 4th Alfie Rigby and Aston Miller in 5th position. Loads of position changes amongst the field, but 4th, 5th and 6th is looking like a particularly tight battle. The top 3 have escaped a small amount anyway. The gap between the top 3 and 4th is a bit of a margin to certainly work with for the top 3, but it's far from insurmountable for the 4th placed Alfie Rigby, who leads Aston Miller and Oliver Greenall. Number 97, Sebastian Block, does lead the way, and he's got Bearman hot on his heels, but Harvey Charter is in 3rd, and there's a massive impact with 2 carts off into the tyre wall just after the start-finish line. Number 49 seems to come off worse from it. The other cars actually managed to get going again, but that's Samuel Simpson Flowerday, unfortunately, out of the running, but climbs out of the cart. Hopefully will be okay, being told to obviously clear out the tyre wall. That's certainly the incident we've had so far today, which is most likely to result in a red flag. I think that much is for certain. Seems to be limping slightly, the youngster, but hopefully will be alright. That cart needs to maybe be moved, the number 49. Marshals are going to attempt to do so, but a hefty impact there. It did sound pretty dramatic when the cart hit the tyre wall. Fortunately, looks like he's not badly harmed, so we can resume with this race. Number 29 of Harvey Charter has taken the lead. Meanwhile, Bearman ahead of Block. Sebastian Block with a not the best last couple of laps. Number 97 losing a couple of positions and now struggling to catch up to the top 2. Bearman trying to go up the inside of Charter, though. Charter unable to hold that position, he's going to have to settle in behind. And with just under 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock, though, anything could still happen. The top 7 are divided into 2 groups of 3 and then 4 respectively, but there is a gap between them. But then there's a much bigger gap from 7th back to 8th. Archie Brown to Joshua Whittington Couch, which is almost 2 seconds big, which in the Honda Cadet class is pretty large indeed, and it is hard to get that back. But Sebastian Block trying to go up the inside of Charter, has managed to do so, and is now only 1 position behind Bearman. And suddenly, the battle for the lead has expanded into all 7 cars, and this is what you want to see from the Honda Cadets. Close racing, very, very close indeed, and the top 7 now are looking to provide that. And the 7-way battle for the lead just makes that all the more interesting. These are some of the best drivers in this class here today, all racing at the same level and, well, almost the same position on the track. They're separated, all of the drivers. The biggest gap between them is only half a second, and that's between 3rd and 4th. sorry, 4th and 5th, which you can see that gap visibly. But Block could be overtaken here by Charter. Looks like Charter has managed to find his way back up into 2nd position, and Archie Brown into 3rd. This is the highest position he's occupied so far in this race. This bodes well for Beerman though, with just under 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. And Beerman does still occupy the race lead. Archie Brown up into 2nd though, and he is racing very well, and Archie Brown has the fastest lap of the race. And if there's going to be one driver maybe who is going to rival the sheer race pace of Beerman in the lead, perhaps it is Archie Brown, and now he's in the best position to try and get past the race leader on his rear bumper. But there's not an awful lot of time left. They'll still get a lap in after this one before the final lap, so still a fair amount of time. But Brown now, will he be able to get past Beerman in these latter stages? Neither of these drivers have won so far today, so we'll be looking to do so in this 3rd heat. Archie Brown on the back of Beerman as they go across the line. Both of them know this is not the final lap. There's only been one contact warning so far throughout this race, by the way. That's Ivan Lomliev. Pretty good for a class as competitive as the Honda Cadets, you have to say. Beerman taking a pretty defensive line though from Archie Brown, who's looking very determined to get ahead, and as a result there's a couple of karts now queuing up behind as well, who also might fancy a bite of the race lead. Sebastian Block is in 3rd, and 4th place is Charter. Number 29 has always been there or thereabouts in this race. Has raced very well, but it's more defensive driving. And Block's going to try and go up the inside of Archie Brown here. Is he going to manage to get past the race leader? No. It's good defensive driving from the race leader, Beerman. But this is the last lap. It's the last opportunity for any of these drivers to take the race lead. And Sebastian Block, and they touch. And Beerman goes round. And Sebastian Block was just forced into the back of him. I think it was another driver. It wasn't Block's fault, I don't think. Another driver just meant that they tapped Beerman, and he went around and spins. And unfortunately for him, it looks like he's definitely lost out on a good few positions. But who's going to take the win of the race? This is very close, going across the line. Archie Brown, and they touch, going across the line. The number 28 spins out, and across the line, the number 7 Archie Brown takes the win ahead of Oliver Greenall. But that is very much a provisional result, as the number 28 does go across the line in 9th position, Alfie Rigby. But will be extremely disappointed. He wasn't able to just about hold on, was squeezed out onto the grass by the number 7 of Archie Brown, who takes the win ahead of Oliver Greenall. Sebastian Block in 3rd, 4th is Aston Miller, and Lucas Ellingham in 5th, 6th Joshua Whittington Couch. Harvey Charter only finished in 7th in the end, so he suffered as a result of the Beerman incident at the hairpin. Beerman eventually finished 12th. Charlie Vaughan finished in 8th, 9th Alfie Rigby, as I mentioned, and Ivan Lomliev in 10th. But what an explosive finish to a very exciting Honda Cadet race. The Senior Blue Heat 2 is about to get underway, and while we don't expect the same excitement as that last race, we will expect for there to be at least a pretty decent showing here for these drivers who are out there with a sizable grid once again as they make their appearance once more at Clay Pigeon. And it was a decent race first of all in Heat 1 earlier on, race number 5, but we can hope for more competitive racing from these drivers here as the O-plated Ian Branfield leads the way early on. He had a good grid position, of course, but and won Heat number 1. He'll be looking to try and replicate that with a win here. No one was as quick as him earlier on, and Mitchell McLeod will be hoping to change that now in second position. Duncan McLeod, the number 7, was the closest competitor to Branfield last time out, but will anyone be able to rival him this time? Into the horseshoe he goes, and the number 10 Mitchell McLeod in second place will be looking to try and catch up to the race leader. Much easier said than done though. And the number 41 Toby Cook is currently in third, Kevin Ford is in fourth, fifth place Taylor Waldron, Duncan McLeod in sixth place. Out to the S's and onto the Sturmey straight. Toby Cook holding his ground at the moment. Kevin Ford and Taylor Waldron with Duncan McLeod as the remainder of the top 6. And then there is a very small gap back to the number 42 Ryan Edgecombe, with Robert Dudley in 8th. 9th is Rob Mortimer, and Luke Latimer rounds out the top 10 as things stand. But already Ian Branfield has a significant gap to play with, and that margin back to second place Mitchell McLeod is already looking like it's going to be a significant challenge for any of the drivers to overcome if they want to interrupt the win streak and form of the current race leader. Mitchell McLeod in second place, ahead of Kevin Ford, and of those drivers, McLeod was caught up by Ford on that previous lap, so Ford looking the racier of the two. He has a better starting position this time than I believe he did in heat number 1, if my memory serves me correctly. So Ford with a slightly better opportunity to do well, and he's proved his worth so far today. He's proved he has pace, and he'll be wanting to show that off with a good result here. Currently in third place, he'll be looking for that second, that is for sure. Duncan McLeod battling with Taylor Waldron, who's squabbling to keep him in behind. But Mitchell McLeod is definitely under some pressure from Kevin Ford here as they make their way down to Billy's Blind. Ford, will he be able to get past within the next couple of laps? That will be the only chance at all that he'll be able to catch up with the race leader, is if he gets past the second place Mitchell McLeod very soon. But it looks like he's going to try and go up the inside here, and he has managed to make that move stick. Mitchell McLeod lets him past, and good racing from both of the drivers. This enables Kevin Ford to maybe try and catch up with the race leader if he has the pace to do so. Yellow flags waving for a kart that is off in the tyre wall down at about midway through Billy's Blind. And becomes the first retirement of the 18 races. Robert Dudley out of the running, unfortunately. That is the only changes in the bottom 8. Stuart Gray overtaking Waldron for 7th. And Kevin Ford getting past Mitchell McLeod, of course, on that last lap, the only other change on the circuit. But it's looking very, very good for Ian Branfield, who holds the personal best as well, which I really cannot see what that says. Maybe 36.4 perhaps, so 4 tenths quicker than Kevin Ford, but Currently, just the sunlight is creating a bit of visibility issues on my screen here, unfortunately. But regardless, Branfield is the quickest driver out on circuit. That much is certain. And in the race lead, it doesn't get much better than that for the O-plated leader. Kevin Ford in second position leads Mitchell McLeod by 1.34 of a second on that previous lap. Mitchell McLeod leads Duncan McLeod, but that could be a change perhaps relatively soon, as Duncan McLeod has been catching up to the number 10 over the last few laps, but hasn't got an awful lot of time left to do it. This is the penultimate lap now. One of the carts being nudged out slightly wide there seemed to take a while to gain momentum back, with the number 5 of Luke Latimer taking a bit of a hit from, I think it was Stuart Gray, but fortunately manages to get going once again without a lasting issue, it seems. It is the last lap now for the race leader, Ian Branfield. And second place, Kevin Ford, doesn't have too many troubles with his position, but Mitchell McLeod ahead of Duncan McLeod. Could be a change in these the dying embers of the game. Duncan McLeod will be determined to get up into third to really enable himself to get into a better grid position for later on. He has managed to get that position, but will Mitchell McLeod try and take it back? No, he won't. And it looks like he's going to have to settle for fourth place there. Fifth position is Stuart Gray, with Toby Cook and Luke Latimer in 6th and 7th. 8th place, Ryan Edgecombe is there as well. But Ian Branfield in the lead and takes the win. Kevin Ford takes 2nd, 3rd, Duncan McLeod with Mitchell McLeod in 4th. 5th is Stuart Gray, Luke Latimer 6th, 7th Toby Cook, Ryan Edgecombe 8th, 9th Taylor Waldron and Rob Mortimer in 10th. 3 times a year. So. Junior Max out on track and ready to get underway for their second heat, and it is Jensen Watts alongside Matteo Pierce on the front row. And Pierce, after a disappointing first heat, going off just after halfway through the heat when he was in a promising position. He'll be looking to try and get a better result here this time, on the second time of asking, excuse me. Bradley Watts and Michael Goodburn in third and fourth. Goodburn, of course, one of the competitors after what was a very exciting 5-way battle for the lead in the early stages of Heat 1, if I remember rightly. But Jensen Watts in an early lead here, the number 36. We know he's a very capable driver. And trying to go the inside to take that lead, though, is the number 21, Pierce, who, of course, as I mentioned, looking to try and get a really promising result here to show off the pace he has carried throughout the day. But Watts still leads from Pierce. Goodburn followed by Bradley Watts, with Oakley Pryor, Bradley Shepherd, James Levy and Jem Hepworth as the top 8 as things stand. And those top 8 are nearly inseparable at the moment. They're very, very close indeed for a 2.19 gap back to 9th place, Sylvain Vessier. Racing very closely are the drivers at the front of the back at the moment. We can expect them to disperse out slightly, as these classes often do, but Jensen Watts at the moment is racing well, but they could be passed here by the number 69. That is Oakley Pryor, winner of Heat 1, who will be looking to try and replicate that with another one of the same result. And he's got past Jensen Watts now, is in a very promising position to do what he came here to do and win. Matteo Pierce in third position, a little bit behind Jensen Watts, who's far from giving up on the race lead. Oakley Pryor is far from making that gap up massively, but might just have a little bit too much for Jensen Watts to keep up that momentum. He's showed he has significant pace over the course of the 1 and a bit races so far throughout the day, Oakley Pryor. Number 21 of Pierce comes across the line in third, ahead of Michael Goodburn by just under a second. There's a contact warning for Goodburn, as I mentioned that. Jem Hepworth is in 5th, 6th is Bradley Shepherd, with James Levy in 7th, 8th is Bradley Watts, Sylvain Vessier in 9th, and 10th is Harry Rice. Opening up that lead ever so slightly each lap is Oakley Pryor, back to Jensen Watts, who in second hasn't lost his heart, that's for sure. He's still giving it everything that he's got, but Pryor just has that extra bit of fire at the moment, where he's when he's racing, he's just seems to have everything right with the kart at the moment, and none of the drivers out there on the circuit can do a lot about it. Third place Matteo Pierce is not far behind Watts, but certainly nowhere near close enough to really start considering that second place at the moment. Watts is racing very well in second position. Michael Goodburn is in 4th place. and not too close with any other drivers. Jem Hepworth is over 1.3 seconds behind, and Hepworth has struggles as well. The number 53 of Bradley Shepherd is also under a fair amount of pressure from Bradley Watts and James Laby. Of course, I know I mentioned it earlier, but I'll just reiterate, if I am pronouncing anyone's names wrong, or you have any information you want me to dish out over the commentary, do come over to the commentary box and have a word. That is absolutely fine. Just under half a minute to go now, though. And Oakley Pryor does lead the way. Jensen Watts in second position, number 36. Matteo Pearce, the number 21, in third. The top three separated by just over 3 seconds. And so going on the inside now, Bradley Shepherd on the number 17 of Bradley Watts, who had overtaken him, but Shepherd regains that position. That's for 5th place. As across the line they go, but looks like that's just about not quite a last lap. A very, very difficult call there, because it pretty much turned 6 minutes as Oakley Pryor was going across the line, but looks like it is going to be one more lap after this one. There was 0.1 of a second apparently between the time Oakley Pryor went over the line and the time it turned 6 minutes, so was the correct call. A very, very close one regardless. This is the last lap now, though. And I think this has been the fastest lap times of the day. I don't think we've had a 12-lap race so far today, but this will be one of them, and might be the fastest lap times, as I've just mentioned. 35s all around the board. 35.41. The fastest lap time is the current race leader and soon to be, well, there we go, now race winner, Oakley Pryor, who again, just due to the visibility and finding it very hard to see personal best, 35.1 I might say. So I don't think there's been any driver who's got into the 34s. If they would, it would be the senior Rotax drivers a little bit later on, just going on the nature of the class. We could well see some 34s soon, but the track almost dried out completely now. There are a couple of still wet patches, but certainly not on the racing line. We can only expect times to get quicker throughout the day from this point. But Oakley Pryor does take the win from Jensen Watts. Matteo Pearce in third. 4th place, Michael Goodburn. And Bradley Watts in 5th. Here are the FP4 World Formula Karts, ready to get underway as they line up on the grid. Of course, the standing start for 2 of the classes here today, the FP4 World Formula and the FP4 Prokart, and they are being told to go forward. Are they going to start actually at the start-finish line? But the standing start for the 13 drivers who will be underway with us shortly. But the number 26 is on the front row alongside the number 35. And we will see when the lights go green who will take the victory in their second heat of the day. And away they go then. A poor start from the number 35, who doesn't get away well, Chris Kelly. But it was a good start from the right side of the grid, as a couple of carts have gone off at Billy's, but it looks like both should be able to resume. And number 73 of Keith Robertson on the front row was able to get a good enough start to maintain the lead in the early stages. Let's see how he can continue from that. Number 57, Alex Whitley, started in third on the grid, but is now up into second place and battling with the race leader side by side, but cuts across does the number 73, Keith Robertson. There's a contact warning for the number 44. And Peter Coates gets that up. Well, it's fallen down into 10th now. Andrew Ayling, Jody Torrent, and Roger Watts at the back of the field, and a fair way behind the rest of the competitors, over 3 seconds separating Teague and Coates. So it looked like those 4 drivers, Coates, Ayling, Torrent and Watts, have been involved in incidents in the first lap. But still pretty close within the top 3, and certainly in the middle of the pack. But it's looking good in these early stages for Keith Robertson, ahead of Chris Kelly and Alex Whitley. And will there be a change here? The number 73 holding on to that lead at the moment, but he did briefly lose out on it to Chris Kelly. Number 33 goes, number 35, sorry, goes on the inside though, and Chris Kelly takes the lead from Robertson. Number 57, and suddenly the number 7 has appeared. Number 1, sorry, Angus Waddle, of course, won the first heat relatively easily, but didn't have to do too much fighting through the pack on that particular occasion, being that he started on pole. But now, suddenly, has found himself into the top 4, and well, we know he's got pace going off his victory early on in Heat 1, but is this an opportunity for him now to really show how he can race? And he's trying to get past Keith Robertson here, going up the inside, as Chris Kelly, the race leader, might not even be aware that Waddle is making his way through. He's the number 1 for a reason. He knows how to race, and he wants to try and get into the race lead as soon as he can. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. And the number 73, Keith Robertson, is now into third when he was in the lead just a few laps ago, seemingly relatively comfortably, but not anymore. Waddle ahead of both Robertson and Whitley, but Chris Kelly does still lead at the moment, but not for long, as Waddle finds his way through, and Angus Waddle is the new race leader. I'm a real fan of his helmet design, by the way. It looks really really slick. But in the lead of the race, number 1. And the number 35 of Chris Kelly finds himself now under a bit of pressure from Robertson once again, not for the first time of the day. But now just a battle for second instead of first. You suspect that maybe Angus Waddle might escape a little bit. He has had the most pace out of these drivers throughout the day, although he was being closed in slightly towards the end of Heat 1, so not absolutely necessarily, but number 35 of Chris Kelly ahead of Keith Robertson, and might have some defending to do in the remaining few minutes in order to maintain that second place. Next race coming up, by the way, the 177 Masters and Senior TKM, followed by the FP4 Prokart. Half a minute to go now then. Before the timer will hit 0, which means that we'll have the last lap board out. And seeming like a fairly foregone conclusion who will go ahead and win this, but still the battle for second is far from concluded. Chris Kelly is ahead of Keith Robertson, and don't forget about the number 57 of Alex Whitley, who's always been there or thereabouts, but they seem to separate a fair amount on that straight there. Looked like there was an opportunity for Whitley to maybe get past Robertson, which he looked at but couldn't quite do, and has lost a fair amount of time as a result. Robertson maintains his third place, but he'll be looking at second place, licking his lips, thinking if he can get past the number 35, Chris Kelly, who managed to keep Waddle behind him for a little while, but not long enough, as Waddle storms on to a 3.4 second lead in the last lap of the race here. Waddle across the line to take the win, with the number 35 Chris Kelly holding on to second. I say holding on, it wasn't a really very defensive task to stay ahead of Robertson. Robertson offered pressure, but not a huge amount, and Chris Kelly, probably overall on the pace of it, did deserve that second position, which he found himself in the end. Kieran Robertson finishes in second. Third place, fourth place, sorry, Alex Whitley. 177, 177 Masters and the Senior TKM are out on track and will be underway shortly. It's Simon Gover on the front row with Steve Budd alongside Gary Cox and Martin Howell make up round 2 in terms of the Senior TKM. It is going to be Darton just starting ahead of Tyler, although of course the 2 drivers in the class will be, I'm sure, mingling with the 177s not too far away into the future. They managed to do it pretty quickly in the last heat, really get themselves involved with those 177 drivers, and we could well see more of the same this time as well. 78 of Simon Gover leads the way in these early stages. Gary Cox in second place at the moment. Third is the number 33 of Joe Walmsley, with Matthew Howell in fourth place. There's a contact warning for the number 77. That is Sam Winter. The order remains with the top 8. Steve Budd has overtaken Martin Howell as a change for 9th position. But the number 14 of Gary Cox, who leads the way now, he's managed to get past Simon Gover in this last lap. And he looks so racy at the start of heat number 1. Dropped off slightly as the heat wore on, but nonetheless we know that he's got capability to be very fast. The number 14 leads the way now. Simon Gover second, Joe Walmsley third. Fourth place Matthew Howell, with Samuel Dix in 5th. But not too many incredibly close battles to speak of in the 177s at the moment. Might be a battle between Matthew Howell and Simon Gover fairly soon. Gover, the number 33, is determined to avoid being overtaken by Matthew Howell, I am sure, but also in that difficult position of knowing whether to defend or attack, because second place Simon Gover is far from out of reach. He leads though, does Gary Cox, and he leads by 2.6 seconds. The difference between second place and 5th is not much at all. Just over 2 minutes to go. No changes in order for a little while with the front runners, and it seems that Gary Cox is slightly running away with this one now. Simon Gover in second, still defending from Joe Walmsley, but in 4th place Matthew Howell. He'll be determined to attack Walmsley as well. There is a bit of a chain of cars starting to develop ever so slightly behind Simon Gover. Certainly not as intense as we've seen some of them in the past, but nonetheless the 5 drivers not spread out much, that's for sure, and we could yet see changes in the remaining 1 minute and 20 seconds. Round buttons they go, and into the top bend, the battle for second, as Gary Cox now goes across the start-finish line to start his 8th lap. His 9th lap, sorry, actually. Simon Gover in second position. Still hasn't been attacked too heavily from Joe Walmsley, who is maybe content to sit back ever so slightly. Arguably at the moment he's not quite close enough to make the move anyway, but he certainly has been at previous stages in this race. Has opted not to go for any opportunistic moves, although granted Gover hasn't presented too many of those. And with just over 6 minutes gone, there we go, 6 minutes gone now, means that next time by, there we go, the last lap ball's out for the race leader. And we know that the next race will conclude at the finish of this one. It's looking good for Gary Cox to go on and take a win, that's for sure. In terms of the senior TKM race, Jack Darton ahead of Alex Tyler, and that might be a bit of a surprise given that those two, Tyler managed to do very well indeed in the first heat and overtake several of the drivers. One of the karts off though, and who is that? It's obviously not the race now winner, Gary Cox, who takes his checkered flag. It is in fact Simon Gover. No, it's not. It's Joe Walmsley. Joe Walmsley's managed to go across the line in second. It's the number 18. It's Matthew Howell, who was battling up in, I think, 4th position for quite a while. Joe Walmsley overtook Simon Gover on that last lap, so missed that one, unfortunately. But well done to the number 33, finishing in second place, but over 7 seconds behind the race winner. Simon Gover finished in third, 4th, Sam Winter. 5th, Samuel Dix, with Stephen Ash, Jack Darton and Alex Tyler. Of course, Darton and Tyler 7th and 8th, but 1st and 2nd in their respective classes. And Matthew Howell, unfortunately, retiring on that last lap, had a mechanical issue. He just ground to a halt and out of the running at one of the worst opportunities that you could possibly do so, in a promising position at the end of the race. So unfortunate for him. But Gary Cox with a dominant win in the 177 Masters. Getting ready for the FP4 Prokarts then, and the final second heat of the day. Race number 19 is going to be underway very shortly, and it is Matt Dorrington who is on pole position alongside Roy Grassi. Tony Lamb and Sarah Bennett are on row 2, with row 3 Carl Kerwin and Jeremy Balls. Ross Brinkley and John Davies are the 9th, with 10th and 11th Kev Mathers and Matt Wileman. Wileman, winner of Heat 1. But now he's got to do all the work from the back, the number 21. We will be underway very shortly. Marshall just checking each of the carts as they prepare from their standing grid position. Let's see who gets a good start. It's Dorrington versus Grassi on the front row. Going off of results of Heat 1, Dorrington should be the favourite to win that race. Going down to Billy's blind, but you never know. Starting on pole is a great opportunity to take his first win of the day, you would think, for the number 6. Lights will go out any time now, and are we going? We are now. It's a very questionable start by a couple of the drivers who seemed to go and then didn't, and then did actually go of the second time of asking, so very strange. Dorrington certainly might have been an influence in that, but one of the cars goes backwards into the tyre wall, creates a small gap in the tyre wall, but manages to get going again. But we are now racing anyway. And Jeremy Balls was the first driver across the line. But the number 21 from pretty much the back of the grid, Matt Wileman, has already managed to find himself up into the lead of the race. So that's a pretty incredible start from Matt Wileman, who's looking for his second win in a row. Just when I was saying that Matt Dorrington has a great opportunity to get his first win of the day, and he gets a poor start, and Wileman with a very, very good start. He went on to the curb off the start, just took the most of having a decent run off the grid, and in the lead of the race already. Matt Dorrington is in second, third is Roy Grassi, Jeremy Balls is in fourth, fifth place is Shane Cuthbert, sixth Sarah Bennett with Ross Brinkley in seventh, eighth is Carl Kerwin, Tony Lamb and John Davies with Kev Mathers as the rest of the field. It seems that the top two already have established their two positions. Third and fourth, Roy Grassi and Shane Cuthbert. Grassi definitely got a better start than pole sitter Dorrington, that's for sure, but Dorrington has managed to have the better race since and holds second. Shane Cuthbert ahead of Roy Grassi now. Ross Brinkley in fifth ahead of Jeremy Balls with Sarah Bennett, Carl Kerwin, Tony Lamb, Kev Mathers and John Davies as the rest of the field. But Kev Mathers in 10th position. He, of course, finished third, I think, in the first heat. And had a very good race. It looks like there was going to be no one to catch him for a little while, the number 15. But alas, now it's towards the rear end of the field. And seeming to struggle with pace to catch up with the rest of the drivers. Did of course have that incident earlier on in this race, but regardless, doesn't help his cause. Yellow flags waving meanwhile for something has happened down at Billy's. Just over 2 minutes to go in this one. Fastest lap does belong to the race leader, as we see very frequently throughout the day actually. Perhaps not a surprise, if you're in the lead of the race you often do have the most pace, but sometimes you can get the odd race where maybe someone is 7th or 3rd or maybe even down in 10th place as the fastest lap. But not this one. It's all falling into place for Matt Wildman to take his 2nd win of the day ahead of Matt Dorrington, a repeat of before. But it hasn't been a carbon copy of the first heat. Certainly the start was very different. Dorrington with a poor start. Wildman definitely used that to his advantage, and he now leads the way. Timer has hit 0 then, and Wildman has come across the line, so the last lap has begun. Wildman is not far now from taking his 2nd victory of the day, as he goes past a back marker there. I believe that is John Davies he has just overtaken. So now he will be coming across the line to take his 2nd win of the day ahead of Matt Dorrington once again. Seems happy with that result and can't blame him after a really brilliant start. Matt Dorrington 2nd place, Shane Cuthbert in 3rd, 4th Roy Grassi with Ross Brinkley in 5th, 6th place is Jeremy Balls, comes across the line ahead of Tony Lamb. Carl Kerwin finishes in behind Sarah Bennett. Definitely had an incident on that last lap, did Carl Kerwin. Setting a, well, what was his last lap time? Did it mention what that was? .49 seconds, so yeah, had an incident which made him 6 seconds slower than the rest of the drivers, but Kev Mathers finishes in 10th. John Davies, of course, lapped by Wildman and comes across the line in 11th place, but Wildman takes yet another win and Matt Dorrington another 2nd place. we move on to the IAME Cadets. IAME Cadets to get underway as they come across the line now. Looks like we will be racing with the drivers, or will we? It looked like there was almost an overtake before the start of the race then, but regardless, we are now running, but wasn't aware that was a thing which maybe could happen. Maybe I'll be proved corrected sometime in the future, but one of the carts does go round, spins at the hairpin. Going into the horseshoe. Seems that the number 54 is our race leader, Daniel Dudfield, and it's been a constant battle of Dudfield versus Crockett throughout the day. Daniel Dudfield has taken 2 wins. Has he? No, Cameron Crockett won the second heat, didn't he? I think so. It's a battle to get to pole position. It's going to be between Crockett and Daniel Dudfield. Of course, then there's Harry Dudfield in this race as well, but he's in 7th position. But Daniel will be looking to try and take a victory, which will mean that he'll have that pole position later on, which could prove pivotal, going from how close on pace him and Crockett have been throughout the day. Second exactly separated Daniel Dudfield and Cameron Crockett at the end of that last lap, and in fact Crockett might be under a little bit of pressure from the number 52 of Daniel Thorne. Excuse me, bit of a cough there, but Cameron Crockett for the first time is under pressure from someone who is not the number 54, and Daniel Thorne is making a good case for himself to maybe get second place in this race. Has a little look at the inside, but can't quite do anything there. And has another look now going into the S's. Cameron Crockett defends well and maintains that position for now. A lot of the IAME Cadets drivers, of course, not particularly experienced, and that can be a factor as to why there's sometimes aren't as many overtakes in this race, despite then, of course, there not being as big grids as there are with the Hondas. You don't quite get the same level of competitiveness, I don't feel. Maybe it is just due to that lack of experience. If you are a young driver looking to go into karting, often IAME is the bigger bet rather than Honda Cadet. Less scary, massive grid, and the new up-to-date technologies on the kart. So maybe that is the way to go, but as a result of that, as I've said, can mean it's quite hard to really dedicate yourself to a move sometimes. I have seen that a couple of times already this season. It's looking very good for Daniel Dudfield to take a win, to maybe just maybe go on and take the checkered flag ahead of Crockett, but in fact, of course, of Daniel Thorne as well, who now has moved up into second position ahead of Crockett, the number 88, who now falls into third, and for the first time today might not finish in a top 2 position. Lucas Field is in fourth, but in no man's land realistically. Goes around the entirety of the horseshoe without seeing anyone really. No one at the beginning of the horseshoe when he reached the end, no one at the end of the horseshoe when he was at the beginning, so a big gap either side of the number 77 in fourth position. 3 seconds is his nearest competitor, Cameron Crockett, who is of course up the road rather than behind him. One minute and 12 seconds left on the clock. Looking very good for Daniel Dudfield to take another win, but looks like Daniel Thorne has been catching, and he's caught up by over a second on that previous lap. Goodness me, that is a significantly faster lap time than the race leader, and 1.16 he caught up by on that previous lap, which is makes the difference down to just below 2 seconds. It's still not enough to worry about for the race leader, but Daniel Thorne has demonstrated now that he has some serious pace, and going into the final he might just fancy a better result than maybe we would have predicted him to have just a couple of races ago, or maybe even in the last race. But as we approach the final 10 seconds now, once again it's a chunk of time taken out of the race lead by Daniel Thorne, 0.22 of a second, but Thorne might have left this a little bit too late, as Dudfield's lead is still 1.7 seconds, or was going across the line anyway. There's one contact warning, by the way. It is for Alexander Senna, the novice, number 76, who is currently in 7th position out of 8. Highest placed novice is in 4th, Lucas Field. And now, with 6 minutes and 29 seconds gone, the last lap begins. Down the Sturmey Straight, the drivers go for the final time in this race. Daniel Dudfield with Daniel Thorne not too far behind. He won't be able to catch him by the end of the race, but it's been a very good effort, hasn't it, by Daniel Thorne. He's certainly put in a shift towards the end of this race. But it has been yet another effective, efficient performance from Daniel Dudfield, who takes a win, and I'm pretty sure, as long as all the results haven't gone against him in any other ways, where he's got any penalties I don't know about or something, he should get pole position later on in the IAME final, race number 30. Daniel Thorne takes second though, and less than a second behind the race winner in the end. The Senior Max third and final heat is about to get underway. Race number 21, as the drivers are given their final opportunity of the day to get given an opportunity to try and improve on their grid positions later on for their final. So on the front row will be Ethan Haynes. Oliver Holden will start alongside Benjamin Gilbert and Derek Hunt on row 2. Row 3, Gabriel Abbott and Ari Barker. James Moorcroft and Jordan Bryman West on row 4. James Moorcroft certainly one to watch, number 21. He showed that he has significant pace over the last few races. Emilio Vincent and Benjamin Chick, 9th and 10th. And they will be going round once again. I thought they probably would be. 11th and 12th, Charlie Turner and Colin Davis, with Carl Bryant and Alex Kite starting 13th and 14th. 15th and 16th will be Thomas Martin and Kieran Shanks. But then it's the drivers to watch at the back of the field, with Thomas Martin, of course, Kieran Shanks, Philip Hayworth and Harriet Stiles. Each of the drivers filing into their allocated grid positions. And I'm sure we could be in for a brilliant race here. The last opportunities, as I've said, for the drivers to settle in each of their positions for the final later on, where the most points are up for grabs. And we will be underway now, past the acceleration line and across the line to start the race. All of the karts make their way around. Billy's unscathed. Doesn't look like there's been any real incidents of note yet. Touch wood, it stays like that for the Senior Max, as each of the drivers make their own way around. And the number 30 gets a good start. Ethan Haynes from the front row to hold on to that lead. Much easier said than done to hold on to a lead from pole. You never know quite when to start accelerating. Number 23, Oliver Holden, is also up and right in the rear bumper of the current race leader. Number 88 in Benjamin Gilbert is in third position. Fourth place, Ari Barker, and the number 14. Number 5. And whilst the drivers make their way down the pit straight once again, as Charlie Turner overtakes Benjamin Gilbert, James Moorcroft ahead of Ari Barker, Derek Hunt with Gabriel Abbott, Colin Davis and Jordan Bryman West. And Colin Davis, of course, one to watch. I forgot to mention that in the grid, but of course had a blistering second heat, and he'll be looking to try and replicate that with another positive result here. But just to mention, the number 5, Charlie Turner, up into third place now. He was awarded a black flag in the last heat, but in fact it wasn't actually meant for him. It was awarded to the wrong person, and indeed it was supposed to go to the number 14 of Ari Barker. So as he was just overtaking Barker, then I wonder if he was aware that Ari Barker was in fact supposed to be awarded that, and he was wrongfully given that black flag, of course. But hopefully Charlie Turner can have a good race now to overcome that, the disappointment of that, and get ahead of the number 30 of Ethan Haynes. And he's up into second place now, and in with a real shout of getting past Oliver Holden into the race lead. And down into Billy's blind they go once more around the S's. And the number 5 of Charlie Turner, 1 retirement so far, by the way. Jordan Brightman West has unfortunately been a casualty. And 20 karts still going round. Far from a small grid, isn't it? 20 of the Senior Max drivers putting everything they have into trying and to get the best result that they possibly can. Oliver Holden And Charlie Turner separated by just 0.27 of a second as the yellow flags wave, presumably for Brightman West's kart, which is off just to the left of the Sturmey straight. Yellow flags waving for a kart that was off at Billy's and seems to be ever so slightly moving, but not really. And maybe will be able to get going again, but that was definitely an incident which has happened there. Into the pit lane for Kieran Shanks, by the way, as well, the number 26. But Charlie Turner right on the back of Oliver Holden, and as they make their way around Billy's blind once more, Turner will be seeing if he can get past and into the race lead as soon as he possibly can. Number 30 of Ethan Haynes is still ahead of James Moorcroft for third as well, despite Moorcroft showing signs that maybe, just maybe, he should really be challenging for a top 2 position, and he is now up into third and will be opting to do just that. Derek Hunt ahead of Gabriel Abbott there. That's the battle for 10th place. Harriet Styles, meanwhile, gaining 3 positions in the previous lap into 12th position now. No other changes in the top 10, I don't believe, apart from, of course, on the last lap, Walkoff getting past Haynes. But to the top 2, it looks like Turner has managed to get past. Oliver Holden has indeed. And so the new race leader is the number 5. And he'll be looking to try and make this race his. So far, his day hasn't really gone as planned for Charlie Turner, but this might be a real opportunity for it to do so in this race. A really tight battle from 5th down to 9th, as each of those drivers battle to try and improve on their current positions. Benjamin Gilbert defending from Ari Barker and trying to get around the outside there. Thomas Martin around Philip Hayworth, who so far has claimed I think a first and a second. Hayworth, so he's had a brilliant day so far, and currently in 8th though, so not living up to so much of the pace which he has managed to manage so far throughout the day, but he has ran into traffic and had his rear grid position, of course, this time, Phil Hayworth. And the other race winner, Colin Davis, in 6th as well. So it looks like we are going to get 3 different race winners in 3 races, which leads up nicely to the final later on in race number 21. But no time left on the clock, so next time race leader Charlie Turner comes across the line will be the last lap. So this is the penultimate lap now. Colin Davis managed to get past Benjamin Gilbert, by the way, as did Philip Hayworth on that previous lap. James Moorcroft is in 3rd, but hasn't managed to catch up to the top 2. Ethan Haynes in 4th. 5th place is Colin Davis. Across the line to start the last lap is the race leader. Oliver Holden is not far behind, just 0.6 seconds separates the pair, but that's good enough for Turner to work with, that's for sure. James Moorcroft is in 3rd. 4th place is Ethan Haynes, the number 30, who makes his way onto the Sturmey straight now. Colin Davis is just in behind Thomas Martin and Phil Hayworth, which makes for a very powerful trio, doesn't it? 5th, 6th and 7th. It's going to be his first win for the day, the number 5 of Charlie Turner, who beats Oliver Holden to the line by 0.8 seconds. James Moorcroft takes 3rd, Ethan Haynes takes 4th. 5th is Philip Hayworth, who will almost definitely get pole later on. Thomas Martin finishes in 6th. 7th is Colin Davis. 8th, Benjamin Gilbert. Harry Barker 9th, and Derek Hunt claims his first top 10 position in senior Rotax. Harriet Styles in 11th. 12th is Gabriel Abbott. And 13th, Luke Chard. Maple, Alex Kite and Daniel Blackman round out the top 15. have to apologise on the stream once again. Was left on the grids over the course of that previous race, so apologise once again. Just to confirm that for the senior Rotax, the winner was Charlie Turner. But we move on now to the Honda Cadet Heat 4. And once again, a very, very large grid, of course. And hopefully some very exciting racing. Not sure it will live up to the height of Heat 3, which was just an insane conclusion to the race. But this time, well, we can only hope that it will get anything as near as exciting as that last race was. Let's see who will come out on top in this one. It's the number 5 as the number 37 on the front row. It's Ivan Lomliev alongside Lucas Ellingham. As they go down into Billy's, there's a huge incident involving at least 5 or 6 karts, 7, and several karts off, but all spin around. Doesn't look like there was too much heavy contact between any of the karts as they resume racing. Just a large amount of them were just spun around and just tapped on the rear bumper or something, but managed to get spun around again. Archie Brown was a victim of one of them. Of course, won the second heat fantastically right at the last second, but now, unfortunately, has been involved in a first lap incident here, so another win would be not totally off the cards, but very, very unlikely. Top 2, Lucas Ellingham and Ivan Lomliev from the front row. And there's a yellow flag once again. Karts off into the barriers at Billy's blind. But one of the cadets trying to get that kart going again. Out of the kart, trying to get it going. But, well, Ollie Tyler gaining 3 positions off the start. Who else were big winners? Oliver Bierman gaining 17 positions from the start. Up into 7th place now from the O-plated driver, and gaining 12 places as well, Oliver Greenall, so he's done fantastically, up into 16th position, so you can see how much progression he can make from there. Lucas Ellingham, though, in the lead of the race in the number 5, ahead of Ivan Lomliev. Those two are on the front row together, and they haven't separated since, have they? They've opened up that lead back to Joshua McLean. Ever so slightly anyway. McLean ahead of Sebastian Bloch, who was also wrapped up, of course, in that incident in the previous heat. It wasn't his fault, but someone knocked into the back of him, which as a result he knocked into, at the time, race leader Bierman, who spun around. Very exciting stuff in heat number 3. And this is the final chance for any of the drivers. Of course, some of the drivers won't be competing in this one. They would have already had their 3 heats. But for all those drivers for which this is their 3rd heat, this is their last opportunity to get as good a finish as they can to settle their grid positions later on in the final. And settle whether they'll be in the B or the A final as well. But Lucas Ellingham does still lead the way after 4 laps. Ivan Lomliev remains in 2nd position with Joshua McLean in 3rd, 4th Sebastian Bloch, Ethan Leader and Oliver Bierman ran out the top 6, and that top 6 hasn't changed in a fair while. Well, a couple of laps anyway, which is a long time in Honda Cadet terms. Constantly changing. Only one change in the top 10 actually. Edward Pearson overtaking Harrison Lambert to get into the top 10. Ethan Leader gaining 6 positions on that previous lap to get into 11th position. And you can see how massive that group of karts is from 11th down to 20th. There's absolutely no time in between any of those drivers at all. Number 7 of Archie Brown is in that pack as well. And of course he was involved in that first lap incident, so good recovery from him to get up into 14th with still a fair amount of time left to go, just under 2 minutes. Archie Brown will be trying to get into the best position he possibly can. Lucas Ellingham still leads from Lomliev. McLean in third. Fourth placed Sebastian Block ahead of Oliver Bierman. Edward Leader in sixth position. Oliver Greenall, meanwhile, has actually gone into the pits, so gained many positions off the start, but unfortunately the race hasn't gone his way since, and now will fall to 31st position. But out of the 31 carts who started this race, 30 still remain. And so to be in the top half of the grid, you can be 15th position, which is absolutely insane. I don't remember grids this big in, well, obviously last month they were pretty large, but I don't think I've ever seen a grid of 30 carts out on the track in a heat in my time commentating, so quite a while. Under half a minute to go though, and still the top three remain very close together. Far from confirmed who's going to win this one, but Lucas Ellingham has held the lead for the entirety of the race, so is that a sign that no one will be able to get past? Or has Lomliev simply not committed himself to a move totally yet, which has meant that Ellingham's lead has been well preserved by the drivers following him rather than the race leader himself. Joshua McLean is also right on the back of that pack, and as we approach the last lap now, we will see how this one will pan out. Lomliev, is he going to make a move going into Billy's blind? No, he is not. Still, Ellingham remains in the lead of this race into the S as they go and onto the Sturmey straight, and Lomliev might have to do some defending from McLean. But none of them make a move into the hairpin, and going into the horseshoe, there's a back marker approaching. I believe that is Harry James, number 55 is indeed. But going around buttons and into the top bend they go for the final time. Here they come towards the checkered flag. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Ellingham, or is it going to be Lomliev? He's going to try and go alongside, but Ellingham does take the win. He led from start to finish, and Lomliev just couldn't get past. Joshua McLean takes third, fourth Sebastian Block, Oliver Bierman fifth, sixth Edward Leader and Aston Miller in seventh, eighth is Jack Clements, Sonny Smith ninth, and 10th Edward Pearson, Alfie Rigby 11th, 12th Archie Brown. Really good recovery from Archie Brown when he was down in 28th position or something after that first lap incident. Owen Tolley in 13th, 14th Joshua Whittington Couch, with Ethan Leader rounding out the top half in 15th position. Samuel Simpson Flowerday in 16th, 17th Ollie Tyler, with Mitchell Gibbons in 18th, and 19th Scott Sumton, and George Walker rounded out the top 20, with highest placed novice Ollie Stevens finishing in 21st. Minimax and Junior TKM about to get underway for their third and final heat. And Jake Adams alongside Sebastian Marlowe on the front row. We are running with the drivers, of course, Joseph Hawkwood and Archie Strong off the back of that grid, 9th and 10th. Will not be competing championship-wise with the other drivers. A couple of karts tangled together there. And it is the two TKMs, it seems, at the at Billy's blind. So number 63 of Archie Strong. That's one tactic to get ahead of Joseph Hawkwood, I suppose. But the rest of the drivers, the Minimax, do continue on their race and complete their first lap now. Sebastian Marlowe in the race lead, number 97, with James Watson in second place at number 64. Jake Adams is in third with fourth Michael Salmon. Jano Ottavianelli fifth, sixth Sean Cuss, with William Hicklin and Toby Ehlers-Jones as the rest of the 8 drivers in the Minimax race. Sebastian Marlowe holds the lead though, which is something we're pretty familiar with happening so far in the Minimax class. He leads the way from James Watson in second place, but that gap is not very big whatsoever. Across the line it was just 1/10 of a second. And let's see if Watson can capitalise on that and get into the race lead, or whether he'll choose to try and stay behind, or whether Marlowe will be able to open up that gap anymore. And 54 of Jake Adams is in third place, but a little dropped off a bit from the top 2. Michael Salmon is then just over a second behind Jake Adams. Sean Cuss closed in on Michael Salmon on that previous lap, so let's see if that can be a difference for fourth place. But number 97 of Sebastian Marlowe has been overtaken, and James Watson is up into the lead of the race. And let's see if he can go on to take the victory, or whether Marlowe will be able to take that back. Top 2 could well be a pace struggle between the pair. Sebastian Marlowe though, see if he can get back into his winning position. Two and a half minutes left on the clock, and Marlowe has overtaken Watson once again. It seemed that being overtaken maybe just woke the now race leader back up again, and Watson has that work to do once again. Marlowe will be determined to not throw it away this time. Took a pretty defensive line going down towards Billy's, did Marlowe. Obviously worried about an overtake from Watson. That could have been incoming, but at the moment it's going well for the race leader, despite it being far from confirmed. Bound to race win. Watson right on the back of Marlowe though, and the race win is still very much up for grabs here. At this stage in the race, 1 minute 20 seconds left on the clock. Sounds like a lot of time. It's still a fair amount of time for things to happen, but sometimes you already know what the result is going to be. not with this one. Marlowe versus Watson, and you've got to bear in mind that if the two collide in any way, Jake Adams will be on it like a flash. And he's just over a second behind, 1.2 seconds behind the top two. But any kind of mistake from the top two, and he will be ready to pounce. Around the horseshoe and into Buttons they go, between the short straight which separates Buttons and the top end, and down towards the start finish line. Watson trying to go around the outside, can't quite do anything there. Around the right-hander of Billy's blind, the short right-left, but now that was a brilliant exit from Watson. Can he try and go around the outside? That'd be an incredibly difficult move to pull off around the outside of Marlowe. Marlowe was aware of him there, just held the inside line, and there was nothing that Watson could do to get past. But this has all enabled Jake Adams to get right up to the back of the top two, and we could be in for a pretty exciting finale to the race here as the final lap looms. Here we are then, the last lap is now upon us. Race leader Marlowe, we determined not to throw it away now. It is Watson who is in second position and the most likely driver to take anything away from Marlowe. Marlowe takes a very defensive line going into the hairpin and into the horseshoe once again. Holds the inside line, make sure Watson can't get past. And into Buttons once more. The final couple of opportunities coming up here for Watson. He's going to have to get the best exit possible out of the top end. And now Jake Adams is right there as well. And as they make their way down towards the finish line, it is going to be Marlowe who takes the win. Nothing Watson can do about it in the end. And Jake Adams finishes in third. Again, just not quite close enough to either of the drivers to really make a effective manoeuvre. Michael Salmon finishes in fourth. Fifth place belongs to Sean Cuss, with Archie Strong winning the junior TKM battle and concluding his race in sixth. Don Olsen Vianelli, 7th, 8th. Joseph Hawkwood, the other junior TKM, with William Hicklin in 9th. The senior blue are in formation and hopefully ready to go at the end of this lap. Mitchell McLeod exited the pits pretty late and so has to rejoin the rest of the field, hence another formation lap. But hopefully he'll be away at the end of this one. Looks like it's Russell O'Neill and Kevin O'Neill who start alongside each other on the front row, with Luke Latimer and Ron Schoen just tucked in behind them. Let's see who of those drivers gets the best start, if any of them will be in the lead at the end of lap 1. We've seen some pretty fantastic starts to races so far today. See if any of the drivers here will share a similar experience. Here come the Formula Blues, ready to get underway, and as they go across the line, we've got 6 minutes of Formula Blue to go. And one of the cars goes immediately backwards into the tyre barrier. Hopefully we'll be able to get going again, Willie. But yellow flags wave for that incident, as each of the drivers make their way around the hairpin into the horseshoe for the first time. The number 9 leads away, Russell O'Neill from the front row. And Luke Latimer, unsurprisingly, knowing the quality of him and his driving ability, his start on row 2 has given him a position now of second place. Kevin Ford is up into third, with Stuart Gray in fourth. Fifth is Kevin O'Neill, with Taylor Waldron, Ron Schoen and Duncan McLeod as the rest of the top 8. Mitchell McLeod is 9th, and Scott Latimer in 10th place going across the line for the first lap. Few of the drivers at the front dipping their toes beneath the 40-second lap mark. See if they will do so again here. 37 set by some of the drivers now, so looking pretty racy, the Formula Blues. Wonder when they will next be at Clay again. Probably a few months' time. Usually make maybe about 2 appearances per year at Clay. As Russell O'Neill leads the field around the circuit. Kevin Ford is second, third Luke Latimer, and third Stuart Gray. Then there is a big gap then from 4th back to Duncan McLeod, who is occupying 5th place. Taylor Waldron is in 6th with 7th. Ian Bramfield, Mitchell McLeod is in 8th place. And number 10. Towards the start finish line they go once again, and it's the number 9 of Russell O'Neill who does lead the way. Ian Bramfield, meanwhile, that O-plated kart is getting closer and closer towards the top 4, who have become a little bit of a group. There's a pretty sizable gap back to 5th place of 2.38 seconds, and so Ian Bramfield's winning streak might just come to an end here. Yes, he had a very low grid position, and you wouldn't have expected him to win here by any means, but that could be pivotal in who's going to start next to Bramfield later on today, because Bramfield is almost definitely going to start on pole. Russell O'Neill leads from Kevin Ford. Ford has raced well throughout the day, but he'll be looking for his first win, that's for sure. And if that comes at the expense of Russell O'Neill, he would be very happy, I'm sure. Stuart Gray, the number 14, is in 3rd position, ahead of Luke Latimer in 4th. 5th place is the number 7 of Duncan McLeod, who's holding off Ian Branfield at the moment, the 2-time winner here over the last 2 races. There's contact warning for Scott Latimer, who is in 12th place. And there is some rain starting to come down, which is the most crucial part of this race so far, is the weather, because that could influence every other race for the rest of the day. If it starts to come down any heavier, then we could see some really interesting twists and turns in this particular race, maybe even the next one if they're not allowed to change, which I can't imagine they will be at the moment. It's not coming down really heavily. There's certainly significantly visible raindrops on the commentary box window. But Kevin Ford in the lead of the race. Russell O'Neill is in 2nd place. Stuart Gray 3rd. Luke Latimer in 4th. 5th place is Ian Branfield. And I wonder whether the drivers are aware of the rain, whether they've had a few spatters on their visor, have been made aware of it. They are being told now by the yellow and red striped flags, which mean, of course, spillage or slippery surface. Can mean oil, can mean rain. In this case, the drivers will recognise that it is raining, and that could be some pretty big news for the races later on. Less than 5 seconds left on the clock, meaning next time by will signify the start of the final lap. Oliver Dudley overtakes Toby Cook as a change for 9th place, but otherwise no other position changes throughout the grid. But having got into the lead, Kevin Ford has embraced the life of leader. And has opened up that gap between himself and Russell O'Neill, still going pretty quickly down the pit straight. It's difficult to know in these conditions exactly what your limit is. But ahead of Stuart Gray now, the number 14, who is in 2nd position, is the race leader, with Luke Latimer in 3rd. 4th is Russell O'Neill, who lost 3 positions as a result of the overtakes of those in front of him now. And may lose another one here as the O-plated Ian Branfield tries to go around the outside of the horseshoe and actually manages to do it as well. Just goes around the outside and then slots himself into 4th. Junior Max will be underway with their third heat shortly. And the rain is starting to fall a little bit harder now. To see the spray being kicked up by the carts as they get underway. We'll be told to go around once again, I wonder. Looks like we will indeed. That was a false start, so told to go around again. It was a pretty messy start by the Junior Max. But I can read out the fact that Gemma Hepworth will be starting alongside Bradley Watts on the front row. Here the carts go for attempt number 2, trying to get their race started. It looks like we will be underway this time by, hopefully. Indeed we are, so we go with the Junior Max. And on to the Sturmy Straight for the first time. Go each of the drivers. Is looking pretty slippery out there now. In fact, visibility is incredibly poor out the front of the commentary box window. Hopefully I can clarify what is going on. Hepworth from pole position, having lost the lead, finds it once again. Bradley Shepherd had taken an early lead, but lost out, and now the number 53 back into second position. Number 69 is in third, Oakley Pryor, and Matteo Pearce in fourth position, meaning that several of the very fast drivers already at the front. Should be interesting to see how each of those drivers will figure out the dynamics of this race and who will be able to take advantage of it to really push for a good finish and a better grid position later on. Noticeably starting to rain a bit harder now though, and all that work done by each of the drivers to dry out the circuit seems to be for nothing now. The weather has been an ever-changing factor in today's races. Bradley Shepherd still in behind Hepworth then. Number 24 is leading the way. And at the moment, having not really so many troubles. Oakley Pryor, the number 69, is in third. And then there's a fair gap back to fourth place and 1.71 second behind Matteo Pearce. So it does seem that Hepworth, Shepherd or Pryor, even with over half race distance left, could potentially be one of the race winners. Realistically, one of the top 3 would be likely. And well, interestingly, got Michael Goodburn and Harvey Thornley are on the slicks, which evidently has turned out to be the wrong choice out there, because well, it's starting to rain harder now. It certainly hasn't eased off, has it? I thought that most of the drivers would change to wets before they went out. It's probably the short delay we experienced between that last race and this one. But Michael Goodburn and Harvey Thornley took the risk, and evidently that risk, unfortunately, in this occasion was not worth it. Here comes the number 14 of Harvey Thornley now down the pit straight, looking very cautious indeed. As the drivers on wet, Gemma Hepworth and Oakley Pryor and Bradley Shepherd to go past Thornley. Michael Goodburn had a good race, last race I believe, but on slicks in this race has completely ruined that. And Oakley Pryor now into the lead of the race actually, so overtaken Gem Hepworth at some point recently into the lead with 1 minute and 40 seconds left to go. Last lap now for these drivers, and Oakley Pryor heading towards yet another victory. He got the tyre decision right. In fact, Gem Hepworth's overtaken Oakley Pryor, hasn't he, recently? Looks like Pryor has had an issue. He's going very slowly, actually. I hadn't quite clocked that. I just looked at the screen, but now it seems it's going very slowly, and suddenly looks like Gem Hepworth is going to take the win. Bradley Shepherd taking second, and Pryor just seems to have an issue of the that last lap there. Fell into third, and for once, it seems that Pryor just hasn't quite nailed this one. Well, it's obviously not his fault on this particular occasion, but yeah, one unusual twist at the end of this race, with Bradley Watts finishing in 4th and 5th Jensen Watts, James Laby in 6th with 7th Harry Rice and Bailey Voisin in 8th. as the FP4 World Formula will line up on the grid. It's going to be Andrew Ayling who will start alongside Dominic Wright, with Jody Tarrant and Peter Cokes on row 2. Row 3, Tom Swadling and David Jarvis, with Jason Finlay and Roger Watts. Robert Teague and Keith Robertson will round out the top 10, but of course be sure to watch out for Angus Waddle, who starts in 14th place. Won both races so far, proved he's got the pace and the racing capability to do so. And we will be underway with this race very soon. Very much a wet race now. And the lights will go green now. There we go. And we are now racing with the FP4s for the final heat of the day. And Waddle had a fantastic start there, gaining at least 3-4 positions as he overtakes a couple more. One of the drivers caught up in a slight incident there, seemed to go very slowly as he go around the S's, just pushing his way past the carts as if they're nothing. And he's already found himself up into 4th place, I believe, and there's a spinner as well at the hairpin, which will help him. And the number 6 of Dominic Wright does lead the way, though, as things stand. How long before the in-form Angus Waddle catches him, though? Number 44, Peter Cokes, is in 2nd position. 3rd place already, Angus Waddle. With 4th place, Robert Teague. Roger Watts is in 5th with 6th, Jason Findlay. Alex Whitley is 7th. 8th is Anthony Wynn, with Keith Robertson and Chris Kelly 9th and 10th. Chris Kelly, of course, one of the main competitors to Angus Waddle's success in the previous heat, but starting quite far back and doesn't have the kart set up to the perfection of Angus Waddle, who will be looking to take a 3rd consecutive victory here. Dominic Wright is in the lead of the race, with Peter Cokes in 2nd position. 3rd is Angus Waddle, and there's a big gap, 3.36 seconds already after just 2 laps back to Roger Watts, who is battling with Alex Whitley for that 4th place. And the track looking very wet indeed. It's going to be minimal grip, and it's going to be difficult for the drivers, that's for sure. Certainly if it stops raining soon, and then the track potentially dries out if the sun starts to come out, and drivers are faced with the question of whether they stay on wet or risk going on to slicks in the finals later on. Of course, it will remain wet for the rest of the heats, that much is for certain, but how long will it rain for, and is there any possibility of it drying out at all before some of the later finals later on today? We shall see. Angus Waddle up into 2nd position now, having got past Peter Cokes. Number 44 is in 3rd place, and ahead of 4.7 seconds ahead of Roger Watts. Number 57 of Alex Whitley is in 5th. 6th, Robert Teague. Jason Finlay in 7th. 8th is Keith Robertson, with Anthony Wynn in 9th. Chris Kelly 10th, who hasn't been able to make any progress from that position. The number 35, Andrew Ayling, is in 11th. 12th, Jody Tarrant, who will be coming across the line, but is taking a long time to do so, is now over 20 seconds behind Andrew Ayling in 11th. And number 25 of Tom Swadling is over 5.5 seconds behind Jody Tarrant. Archie Ayling has been lapped by Dominic Wright, who is the leader of this race, of course, the number 6. And as was Chris Kelly, to Waddle in the previous race. You suspect that Wright might just be the closest competitor to the number 1. Who is racing very well at the moment and will be looking to try and get a hat-trick of victories before the final, which will give him the best grid position possible. Excuse me. Go past a couple of back markers there. Jody Tarrant getting lapped by the leading 3. Just under 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. And not a significant amount of action going on in this race, but 2 karts spin off at the hairpin and one goes over the top of the other ever so slightly. It sounds more dramatic than it is, but one of them did slightly bump across the front bumper of the other. The number 44, Peter Coates, was one of the spinners, but I don't think he actually lost any positions there, just to give an advantage, an idea, of how big his advantage was back to the other drivers, but I think he may have lost a position. We shall see. No, he hasn't. He hasn't lost any positions at all, but just means that he's over 9 seconds now behind Angus Waddle, who of course occupies 2nd place, but now is trying to go up into the lead. And Dominic Wright has had his lead, and no, he hasn't, not quite yet. He's holding on to it for a little while longer. I was certain that Waddle was going to make that move stick, but as he made the way around Buttons across that short straight separating Buttons and the top end, Waddle will be determined to get the best exits possible. See if he can get past Wright this time into Billy's. He does manage to get past, but drifts out too wide, can't get enough braking on it. And Wright goes through once again. Last lap board is out for each of the drivers. And it's the last opportunity for Angus Waddle to get into the lead of the race, to complete his hat-trick of victories. See if he can do so in the closing stages of this one. Holds the inside line, does Wright. It's a wise move. It's going to be hard work for him to go all around the outside is Angus Waddle, but now he will have the inside line for Buttons. He managed to hold on, and he gets into the lead of the race and into the top end. Angus Waddle has the race lead, and surely he's going to head towards yet another victory. He does indeed, stealing it right to the death. Feel gutted for Dominic Wright, who's held on for the entire race, just conceded on the penultimate corner. Peter Coates also loses a position. Alex Whitley finishes in 3rd. Coates does conclude his race in 4th though. Roger Watts in 5th. And Keith Robertson, in 6th position. Finishes ahead of Chris Kelly in 7th. 8th is Anthony Wynn, with 9th Jason Finley and Robert Teague in 10th position. The 177 Masters and Senior TKM race looks to be underway. Screen hasn't quite caught up with it yet, I don't think, but we are underway. But the leader spins, the number 26 instantly off. Samuel Dix was in the lead from the start. Unfortunately, though, does go off and looks to be rejoining the field, though. Sorry to those of you on the stream, I'm just keeping my ear out because I'm being told some information about the lunch break. But looks like the ex-leader of the race, Samuel Dix, has managed to rejoin the runnings. That's good, but just spun all on his own. It is very slippery conditions out there at the moment. Joe Walmsley leads the way in the 177 Max and 177 Masters, and it might have been slightly different had Samuel Dix not spun all on his own on the exit to the S's on the first lap. Seemed to have built up a tiny little gap even in that very short space of time, but it's very slippy out there. Dix couldn't remain in control of the kart, spun round, managed to rejoin, and now we see that Joe Walmsley is leading the way ahead of Gary Cox, with Matthew Howell in third, who of course retired in the previous heat, despite being in the same position as he is now. So hopefully will be able to keep in that position this time, or maybe even improve upon it in an ideal scenario for him. Time is now 10-3, as you just heard over the speaker. I don't think there's going to be a break between the heats and the finals. And one retirement so far. Sam Winter has gone into the pits. What that's for, I don't know, but it means that 12 karts are still running. 2 of them senior TKM, of course. Alex Tyler and Jack Darton there in 9th and 10th on the in the field, but of course are only racing each other out there in terms of championship points. And well, if those two do remain coming back for the rest of the year, which would be good to see, the existence of a senior TKM grid, they could well be the two battling for the senior TKM championship. Ian Brown and Samuel Dix overtaking Steve Nash in that previous lap there. Nash down into 8th position now. Cox has overtaken Walmsley for the race lead, and the number 14 will be happy to hold that for now. Just under 2 minutes to go. Walmsley under a bit of pressure from Matthew Howell, who suddenly seems to have found pace in the first heat. Wasn't really anywhere towards the front, not if I remember. Was hovering around 9th place or something. Somewhere similar to that. But now suddenly has managed to find himself some pace. And into 3rd place, threatening Joe Walmsley's 2nd position. If it weren't for that retirement in Heat 2, could have a really strong case on his hand for a decent grid position later on. Has a little look up the inside of Walmsley there, but can't do anything about the actual position. It seems that the drivers may be opting for a slightly narrower line going into the horseshoe, opting to avoid the large amount of dead water sat on the outside of that corner. Gary Cox leads the way with just over half a minute to go. Gary Cox will shortly be coming over the line to take the victory in the 177, and he does do so ahead of, well, technically ahead of Sam Winter, but he had just rejoined the race after going into the pits, of course. Matthew Howell finishes in second place, his highest finisher of the day by a long way. Joe Walmsley in third, fourth Steve Budd and Samuel Dix in fifth, sixth Ian Brown, and a good finish there. Sixth place out of 13 for the only novice in the field, not bad at all. Dean Mann in seventh, eighth Alex Tyler and Jack Darson in ninth, of course those two the senior TKM. Simon Gover 10th or 8th in the 177 class. Steve Nash 11th or 9th. Martin Howell 12th or 10th. And Sam Winter 13th or 11th. the FP4 Prokart lineup on the grid. And away they go now then. Looks like we are going to be underway with the final heat of the day. As a couple of the drivers do spin at Billy's. One gets a little tap on the nose cone of the kart, but both manage to resume, and the rest of the karts are still racing. So the 11 starters remain. Who's in the lead? It's the number 21 of Matt Wildman. Of course, had a brilliant start in the second heat and a good win there. Won well in heat number 1. So another driver looking for 3 wins out of 3, and he has been given a prime opportunity to do so with a great starting position, and currently does lead the way out there on the track. His nearest competitor, Matt Dorrington, who has been his closest rival throughout the day, is not far behind in second, and Shane Cuthbert is in behind in third. Or is it the other way around actually? It might be, yeah, no, in fact it is the number 10 of Shane Cuthbert who is in second position. Matt Dorrington in third place. Fourth is John Davies, as things stand with Ross Brinkley and Carl Kerwin not too far behind. See how Kev Mathers can do this time by after a really impressive first heat. Dropped off slightly on the second heat. See which one of those is a better indication for the consistency. Seems to be going pretty slowly at the moment though, does Mathers? Setting a 56.8 on that previous lap did Mathers. But the fastest lap so far is not below 52 seconds anyway. Of course, you've got to take into consideration the conditions of the track. Very much wet weather tyres at the moment. No arguing with that. But the rain, I think, might have stopped actually falling, which is good news. Attempting to go up the inside there, Shane Cuthbert on Dorrington to reclaim that position. Doesn't work out, but now number 6 of Dorrington has managed to get past. So Dorrington up into second position, and now has a good opportunity to maybe, if he has the pace, maybe, just maybe, try and catch up with the race leader who has won both races so far today, of course. Looks very wet here, just on the inside of the left-hand kink of the pit straight. Really don't want to get caught in the middle of that, you feel. Could be very slippy indeed. Drivers know the conditions out here are poor though. Will be looking after the kart and know what they can and can't do in order to preserve their condition on the track and racing and not out of the running. Torrington at the moment losing time to Wildman, who's leading the way by 2.2 seconds. It was on that previous lap, and see this time by if that has improved anymore and in whose favour. Was 2.2 seconds, now 2.5. Wildman knows how to race in the dry and the wet, it seems. And is racing very well. We're underway in the first of the finals this afternoon, and it is the Honda Cadets B final, which gets us underway. The first of the 10-minute finals, which we are going to witness. And out here, even this for a B final, there's 18 karts running. It says a lot about the size of the grid out here today for these youngsters. There's contact warnings for the number 49 and the number 39. So that is George Walker and Samuel Simpson Flowerday, both of whom will have to be cautious sitting on that contact warning. George Hulme currently leads the way though in the number 11 with Oliver Greenall in second position. Third place is William Atreed with Oliver Stewart in fourth. Oliver Blanchard in fifth position. So I'm being told it's only the four drivers. The top four drivers will get promoted to the A final later on. So we'll see how that goes. That leaves at the moment. It means that for Oliver Greenall, it's looking very good for him to take a position in the A final later on, where he will start fourth from last. William Atreed in second place is also looking good for that position, but third and fourth is very much up for grabs. Oliver Stewart and Oscar Blanchard, who is the highest placed novice in this race, and I believe in the cadets overall, but there might have been someone who qualified for the A final who was a novice who I missed. Harry James is in fifth, currently just out of reach of that promotion to the A final. Harrison Lambert in sixth. Seventh, Leon Henderson, also very close. It's far from settled, and Oliver Greenall, who currently does lead the way, will be maybe looking back thinking, oh, I'm glad I'm not in that group, because if he was just 2 seconds behind, he would have a real scrap on his hands to try and get on the back of that A final grid later on. Contact warning for the number 13. That's Colin Fulham. Fulham, maybe? Who is in 10th position. Okay, losing 2 positions on that previous lap, actually, as George Walker leapfrogged him to go up into 8th and give himself perhaps an opportunity to get into the top 4. Currently low, it looks like there are going to be maybe the battle is going to be from 3rd, 4th and 5th. We'll see how those drivers do come about finishing in the top 4, but it does look good for Oliver Greenall at the moment. Oliver Greenall leading the way. It's William Atreed who is in second position, Lambert in third, and the novice driver 33 Blanchard is having a real squabble with Oliver Stewart here. It'd be a real boost to the novice's confidence, I'm sure, if he could get a positive result here and get into the A final. The number 33 still holding on to fourth at the moment. He will start at the back of the A final if results stay the way they are. But still over halfway of this race to go. So very much far from confirmed, but it does look good for Oliver Greenall to join the back of the A final grid. Less so anyone else has that certainty. Lambert has managed to get past Atreed on that previous lap, but looks like he might have regained that position, has he? The number 36 Atreed, indeed. So he's back up into second position. So Harrison Lambert has fallen down a place, but now there's a real scrap going on, and suddenly that second place, which for William Attree looked so almost certain, has been eaten up by the rest of the pack, and anyone now from second down to, I believe, a 7th place could really have a bite at the A final later on. Could be any of the drivers: Attree, Lambert, Stewart, Blanchard, James and Henderson. And only 3 of those 6 can make it through to the final. Is the last lap now. As they make their way round and into the horseshoe for the final time. Number 35 is squabble between the drivers. The number 94 making his way through, Leon Henderson. As they make their way into the top end, though, who will it be? It looks like second and third has been confirmed. It's a win for Oliver Greenall. But who will it be who's going to take 4th place? It looks like it's just about going to be the number 94 of Leon Henderson, with a brilliant finale to his race to finish in 4th position and take that A final later on from the back of the field. The IAME Cadet final ready to get underway, and the 8 drivers are now racing for their final time today. They'll be determined to try and set the best position that they possibly can, as the rain is very much stopped and will begin clearing off the track. Whether it will start to dry up enough for slicks by the end of the day, it'd be less likely now because it's colder, of course, and so it won't dry out as quickly, but far from the realms of impossibility. IAME Cadets, though, come by to complete their first lap. Daniel Dudfield leads the way from Cameron Crockett, and that is a theme we've seen pretty constantly throughout the day. Dudfield leading Crockett. Kieran Roberts is in 3rd. 4th is Daniel Thorne, who started to find some real pace at the end of the previous heat. Cameron Crockett still heaping the pressure on the back of the number 54, though, and Crockett was only a novice about 2 meetings ago, I think. Definitely the end of last year he was still a novice, so really good display by the number 88. Could have a very bright future ahead of him. Number 78, Kieran Roberts in 3rd. 4th is Daniel Thorne, with Lucas Field in 5th place. 6th is Harry Dudfield. Noah Hadley 7th. Alexander Senna in 8th. Just over a minute still to go in the IAME Cadet Final then. Daniel Dudfield leading the way by just under a second from Cameron Crockett. Kieran Roberts and Daniel Thorne are also not too far behind. See if there are any changes in these last few laps here. 3 laps perhaps still to go. That's a rough estimate, but at the top end they come now. The current race leader Daniel Dudfield, who's led for pretty much the entirety of the race from Cameron Crockett. Number 78 of Kieran Roberts is ahead of Daniel Thorne, who, again, I know I mentioned it earlier, but Thorne really did have some pace in Heat 2. Showed his worth and competed very well with Daniel Dudfield. But maybe he's just dropped off a tiny bit in this race. Hasn't quite got that pace again. But still a little bit of time left. 15 seconds. He should still get another lap in. So 2 more laps. A lot can still happen in 2 laps. And Cameron Crockett's second place is far from guaranteed. Although you think the race win for Dudfield perhaps is looking far more likely. Clock has hit 0. And each of the drivers will make their way around the track just 2 more times. Out of the hairpin and into the horseshoe. Cameron Crockett's second place is looking like it's becoming under increasing threat and pressure from Roberts and Thorne in behind. Here they come now down towards the start finish line for what will be the final time before the checkered flag. And Roberts is really trying to have a go at Cameron Crockett here for that second place. Crockett is really under threat. Into the S's now and onto the Sturmey Straight. For the final time goes the battle for second. Roberts trying to look up the inside. Can't quite do anything there. Into the hairpin they go then. Around the right-hander. And out towards the horseshoe. Roberts really trying to get past Crockett, but I don't think he's going to quite be able to do so. Daniel Thorne in 4th place. Will he be able to capitalise on anything? Not too sure. But the number 54 of Daniel Dudfield does take the win ahead of Cameron Crockett, Kieran Roberts and Daniel Thorne, who come as a group. And they were separated by just 0.3 of a second, those 3 karts. So pretty extraordinary there, 0.29 seconds to be exact. But very, very close stuff towards the end of that one. Kieran Roberts just 0.06 seconds behind Cameron Crockett, and given another lap, you suspect maybe he would have had another chance to get ahead of the number 88. But Daniel Dudfield takes the win in the IAME Cadet Final. Here we go then with the Senior Max final. it's bound to be a good one. 21 karts in this final, and they line up in formation of the following. Thomas Martin starts on pole alongside Philip Hayworth. James Moorcroft on row 2 with Harriet Styles alongside Colin Davis and Alex Kite on row 3. Row 4, Benjamin Gilbert and Gabriel Abbott and Harry Barker and Derek Hunt round out the top 10. Looks like we will be running now with the Senior Max. Let's see how their race goes as they make their way round the first corner and into the S's for the first time. James Moorcroft having a look up the inside, could try and improve on his position here. Slightly surprised that Thomas Martin started at the front of the grid. I know he's had a good day, but I don't remember him being really like the first sort of 2 or 3 karts over the course of the day. But obviously he's claimed enough points to give him that pole position, and now does hold the race lead and does it well, the number 69. Sorry, he's had to just, cough a bit there. Didn't want everyone hearing that over the mic, but it's the number 69 of Thomas Martin who does lead the way. Philip Hayworth in second place, James Moorcroft in third, who had a go at Philip Hayworth in the previous lap but couldn't quite get past. Colin Davis is in fourth, winner of course of Heat 2. Harriet Styles in fifth position, and none of the drivers have escaped as of yet, nor has Thomas Martin, who at the front of the field you could potentially expect to do so. That sometimes does happen in this class, but Thomas Martin isn't doing that, and let's hope that leads to an exciting race between himself and the drivers in behind. Oliver Holden losing a position to Charlie Turner there on that previous lap. Charlie Turner in 11th position. Of course, he has a lot of position taking to do. They're number 5. Martin leads from Hayworth. Moorcroft is third. Davis, Styles, Kite and Barker with Gilbert, Turner and Hunt round out the top 10 as things stand. Turner could very much still make progress though to catch up with those at the real front end of this race. The number 97 of Alex Kite's gone off though and has made a mistake from 6th place unfortunately. Spins off just on the start of the Sturmey Straight. Manages to rejoin without any damage, you'd imagine, but still unfortunate for him, and that means that all the rest of the drivers behind 6th place will get boosted a position. The order remains the same with the top 5, but 6th place, Harry Barker now, of course, due to Kite's spin. Charlie Turner is up into 7th with 8th, Benjamin Gilbert. Oliver Holden is 9th place. Hunt is under some pressure from 10th as well as Ethan Haynes tries to get past from 11th position. Trying to make more progress is Turner on Harry Barker, number 14. So Hunt has gone off there on the entrance to the horseshoe, unfortunately. Will he be able to get going again? We shall see. Yellow flags wave. Looks like we'll be able to join from the back of the pack. James Moorcroft in 3rd position might be coming under a little bit of pressure from Colin Davis here, who has been closing him in over the last couple of laps. Moorcroft hasn't been able to close the gap between himself and Hayworth, with still 6 minutes still to go, a long time. And any of the top 4, you'd imagine, still realistically have a chance of winning this. Thomas Martin has led for the entirety of the race so far, but all of the drivers in behind are experienced and quick enough to be able to potentially do so as well, and have all won races here in the past. Thomas Martin still leads the way from Phil Hayworth. James Moorcroft and Colin Davis third and fourth. Harriet Styles in fifth, but 2.6 seconds behind Davis. Charlie Turner is in sixth. Seventh is Ari Barker. Benjamin Gilbert in eighth. Ninth is Oliver Holden, and Ethan Haynes rounds out the top 10. Hunter's pulled into the pits, meanwhile, as a result of that incident a few laps ago. Meanwhile, the 11th place, number 28, Daniel Blackman, is a novice. So that is a very high place novice. Out of 20 karts, being 11th place and a novice driver, not too bad at all. Proving his worth in this class is Daniel Blackman. The top four remain competitive. Yellow flags wave though for one of the drivers who is off. Now, who is that? We will see this time by if it's a back marker or a driver who was further up the field. It's definitely not any of the top four, as Thomas Martin still leads the way now, heading towards the start-finish line, but Philip Hayworth has reeled him in by another tenth of a second this time. There still could be a bit of life left in the fight for the win here. No changes in order with any of the top 10. Looks like it was Luke Chard-Maple who has gone off, and Andy Ward has also pulled into the pit, so he could be down to our last 18 drivers here. Thomas Martin is ahead of Phil Hayworth, with James Moorcroft and Colin Davis still in behind. That four-way battle, which might not really seem like a battle, it's more of a battle of perseverance, maybe fitness, also setup and pace. Not necessarily actual passing ability at this point. None of them are really close enough to do that, but if it does look like there's an opportunity for that to happen, it's going to be Philip Hayworth on the race leader. Thomas Martin, the difference between them just 0.44 seconds on that previous lap. Thomas Martin could well be under threat here of losing his race lead for the first time in the final. Still 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. And onto the Sturmey straight, the leading pair go once again. James Moorcroft is 1.3 seconds behind Hayworth, so you imagine it will be pretty much a straight fight between Martin and Hayworth for the win of this one. Moorcroft and Davis lack that cutting edge which the top two seem to have to really make this battle as competitive as it can be. Here they come down the pit straight once more then. 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock. Harriet Styles is slowly being reeled in by Charlie Turner, who takes exactly the same gap out of her margin as he did the lap before, 0.34 seconds, so closing in by 0.68 of a second in 2 laps is not bad at all. And you imagine that maybe Charlie Turner's 5th place could very much be on the cards, but this mirror has suddenly got darker. The sky's looking pretty grey overhead, and Philip Hayworth has got into the lead past Thomas Martin with less than a minute to go. He's managed to get past the race leader. And while I was looking at the Turner and Styles potential battle, there was an actual battle. Hayworth into the race lead now. And Thomas Martin showing no signs at the moment that he's going to be able to retake that. But he goes up the inside, does Turner of Styles, and that is Turner up into the position in which his number reads on his kart, 5th place. Styles down into 6th. But you wonder now, with less than 10 seconds on the clock, whether that will pretty much decide all the final positions, as that is how it's done on pace. And well, the order is pretty much how the drivers do end up on personal best. Philip Hayworth has got the fastest lap. Next fastest lap is Thomas Martin. No other drivers besides those two have got beneath the 41 second mark. This is the last lap now. And Turner and Stiles and Barker see those signs. If there's going to be one more change for the end of the race, you imagine it might be Harry Barker on Harriet Stiles. That'll be a change for 6th place, but it might be too late for that now. Grey skies overhead. But it's a light day for Philip Hayworth, as he's going to take his 2nd win in finals in a row. Thomas Martin takes 2nd, just over a second behind the number 66. James Moorcroft takes the 4th, Colin Davis, and those 3 karts, those 3 drivers might be disappointed they couldn't close up to the driver who finished ahead of them. Charlie Turner finishes in 5th ahead of Harriet Stiles, with Harry Barker in 7th. 8th will be Ethan Haynes ahead of Benjamin Gilbert, and Daniel Blackman concludes his race as a novice in 10th position. Not too bad at all from the number 28. Time for the Minimax and the Junior TKM final now. And the grid is as follows. Marlowe on pole position, having claimed 90 points and 3 wins so far today. James Watson starts alongside with Sean Cuss and Michael Salmon on row 2. Row 3 consists of Jake Adams and Jarno Ottavianelli, with 7th and 8th being William Hicklin and Toby Ehlers-Jones. Archie Strong and Joseph Hawkwood, of course, start at the back because they are in Junior TKM. We will go around one more time on what was a wet circuit drying, and now is a wet circuit getting wetter as the rain begins to fall, and heavier than before as well. If any of the drivers were worried that they'd have to make a decision about slicks later on, they needn't fear now. And the Minimax will come round to get ready to start their final. It's going to be Sebastian Marlowe versus James Watson on the front row. Looks like the number 97 of Marlowe has had a good start. He's won 3 races so far today. Let's see if he can make it 4 and claim the maximum haul of points you can get. No bonus points, of course, for fastest lap or any of that here at Clay Pigeon. Championship points based purely on race results. Rain still is falling around the circuit. And Sebastian Marlow leads the way in these early stages, setting the fastest lap time as well. Despite it being, of course, just the first lap completed, you can't take a lot from fastest lap times, but Sebastian Marlow setting a brilliant start to his race in the number 97. Watson in an early second place with Sean Cuss in third, Jake Adams in fourth, Michael Salmon in fifth. Still a long time left in this one though. You suspect that Marlow will maybe just open up that gap each and every lap. There's little you suspect that James Watson can realistically do about it. Watson, of course, did overtake Marlow in heat number 3. It seemed to wake Marlow up, and Marlow was able to come back and take the win once more. Let's see if he can do the same here to take 4 wins out of 4. Just under 4 minutes to go in the Minimax and Junior TKM final. Sebastian Marlow leads the way with the fastest lap as well of a 42.64. The next fastest lap time is a 42.9, which is from his nearest competitor, James Watson. Has been his nearest competitor throughout the day, as well as in this particular race. Jake Adams is in third place and 4.5 seconds behind the number 64, who sits in second. Archie Strong is in fourth. Fifth place is Michael Salmon. Sixth, Jarno Ottavianelli. Joseph Hawkwood, William Hicklin, Elis Jones and Cuss round out the rest of the field. Archie Strong, of course, leads the way in the Junior TKM ahead of Joseph Hawkwood, who is in seventh. Strong himself is in fourth on the track. But it doesn't look like there's going to be too many changes around the field for the rest of this race. The only change perhaps, Elis Jones perhaps getting past Sean Cuss. So Sebastian Marlow approaching his last few corners this month after yet again another very impressive display. The number 97 will come across the line, take the checkered flag, and know that he has got the maximum haul of points this weekend. James Watson concludes his race in second position with Jake Adams in third. No changes in the top three over the course of the race. With fourth place Archie Strong, Michael Salmon comes across the line in fifth, with Ottavianelli in sixth. Archie Strong beats Hawkwood to the win of the Junior TKM. the Senior Blues are ready to make their way down towards the start-finish line to get their 10-minute final underway. On the front row, it's Ian Branfield versus Kevin Ford. And let's see who can get ahead in these early stages. Could be crucial if Branfield escapes. You fail to see how, based off the course of results and timings today, anyone else will be able to catch the O-plated leader and pole sitter. They make their way round from the hairpin into the horseshoe for the first time. Kevin Ford remains in second, third Duncan McLeod, the number 7 with Mitchell McLeod in fourth. Fifth is Stuart Gray, Luke Latimer, Scott Latimer in sixth and seventh with eighth Toby Cook. Let's see what the order is as they go across the line this time. It is Ian Branfield who does lead. Kevin Ford, Duncan McLeod, Mitchell McLeod, Stuart Gray, Luke Latimer remain as the top 6, but there's changes in the rest of the pack as Taylor Waldron gains 2 positions to go up into 7th, Scott Latimer 8th, 9th Toby Cook, and Ryan Edgecombe gaining 4 positions off the start to find himself in 10th. Right. Branfield leads though. Kevin Ford, he'll be looking to try and put up as much of a challenge as he can, but whether that's likely to happen, we shall see. But Branfield has been so good at getting away from the rest of the field so far today. And he failed to see how today is going to be, well, this particular occasion is going to be any different. Branfield already opening up that lead, already occupying that fastest lap, and he will be very much ready to beat the rest of the 17 drivers out there. Taylor Waldron had a good last lap, gaining 2 positions to get up into 4th, overtaking both Stuart Gray and Mitchell McLeod. Separating the 2 McLeods, Duncan and Mitchell. There is the other, of course, Hannah McLeod, the novice, in 16th position. There is a mechanical flag, though, for number 12. That is Ron Schoen, who is in 14th position, but unfortunately will have to go into the pits. And, well, unfortunately for him, that is pretty much race over unless he can get that kart repaired. But I can't see that as particularly likely. Not many karts, after getting a mechanical flag, do return to the circuit. Stuart Gray also overtakes Mitchell McLeod. Mitchell McLeod hasn't had the best start to proceedings here as we enter the midway mark through this race. Struggling a little bit is the number 10. But Ian Branfield comes across the line now, completing his 6th lap and setting a lap time of a 43.83. Kevin Ford setting a 43.89 personal best, and still 500ths off Branfield's time, which was not a personal best. Goes to show how dominating Branfield is at the moment. One of the cars going particularly slowly down the Sturmey straight. Maybe it was a back marker. Branfield comes across the line though, completing his 7th lap now. Kevin Ford actually did close the gap slightly on that previous lap. Closed it by just under a 1/10 of a second. And that will give a little bit of hope perhaps to the number 4 of Kevin Ford. 1.8 seconds down the road, but clearly still giving everything he's got into catching the back of that O-plated kart, which leads the way and has led the way for pretty much, well, 90% of the races throughout the day. Branfield has been at the front of them for the Senior Blues. Coming up to 6 minutes gone of the 10-minute allocation. And Branfield from Ford, from McLeod, from Waldron. Don't forget, of course, you can catch up with any races if you had a particular highlight that you'd like to go back and see the results, how they all panned out, or if you do want to go and see your own race, which of course you couldn't listen to and see the results for at the time, can all of this is being streamed on YouTube, so you can go on the Clay Pigeon Kart Club YouTube channel. Just type in Clay Pigeon Kart Club into YouTube, and you will see the live stream from today. Should be the most recent result. If not, go on uploads, see round 2 Clay Pigeon Kart Club live, and you will have all of the alpha timing, all of the commentary which I'm supplying, and of course don't forget to check us out on Facebook, Clay Pigeon Kart Club. Make sure you give us a like, stay on top of all the latest news from what's happening at the club. Just under 3 minutes to go now. Branfield leads now by 2.4 seconds. Maybe was aware of Ford ever so slightly catching up and opened up the gap, but this time again Ford closing that gap on Branfield by 0.28 of a second. It seems whenever I look at the screen, Ford closes in on Branfield, but whenever I start talking about something else, Branfield opens it up, which is obviously just a coincidence, but nonetheless, the two with fairly inconsistent times at the moment, going slower and quicker than one another, but each other trying to get on top of the pace. But at the moment, Ian Branfield occupies far too much of a gap for Ford to really start considering that he could go on and win this. Eight minutes and 12 seconds gone. Each of these drivers have now driven over 5 miles in this race. And Duncan McLeod in 3rd place, getting caught up ever so slightly by Taylor Waldron on that previous lap, but you look at the times and the biggest split between anyone on the field is over 17 seconds. John Robbins and Hannah McLeod, the gap between them, which is pretty extortionate to say the least, but the smallest gap between anyone in the top 6 is 0.69 of a second, and that is the difference between Kevin Ford and Duncan McLeod. So McLeod not a million miles off the 2nd place sitter, and you can see as they make their way around the horseshoe that that gap has been closed fairly recently. Just under 40 seconds left on the clock, and a mechanical flag goes for the number 64 Taylor Waldron. That's gutting from 4th place and really in a good position to take a decent haul of points this year. Unfortunately, will have to go into the pits, number 64, and repair that kart. contact warning for Ron shown, as I mentioned, but he's of course had also gone into the pits for mechanical failure. Has rejoined the running, has only completed 10 laps though. Race leader Ian Brownfield has completed 13. Over 10 minutes gone, meaning the next time Brownfield crosses the line will signify the start of the last lap, and that is going to be now. Comes across the line, fastest lap 43.52. Next quickest a 43.72 by Kevin Ford in second position. But Duncan McLeod is catching up on the number 4, no doubt about it. Even though this is the last lap and you suspect that Ford will hold on to it, it's been a gallant effort by Duncan McLeod over the last couple of laps to hone in and close that margin. Unfortunately, couldn't do it a few laps before, where he was really able to reel him in and create a lot of pressure in these closing stages. But it's going to be another win for Ian Brownfield, who takes the checkered flag well, wins in the O-plated kart. Congratulations to him for a very successful day here at Clay Pigeon. Kevin Ford finishes in second position with Duncan McLeod in third, the number 7. Taylor Waldron suspiciously takes the checkered flag in fourth, but the mechanical flag did go a couple laps ago. Obviously you have to go in when the mechanical flag goes within 3 laps, and that was within 3 laps technically, so whether that will be allowed, we may to, well, that will be cleared up, won't it? It's only provisional results, of course, these that I read out. Luke Latimer finishes in 5th, 6th is Scott Latimer. Mitchell McLeod, fairly disappointing race, and concludes his race in 7th. 8th, Ryan Edgecombe. Toby Cook in 9th. Russell O'Neill rounds out the top 10. The Junior Max final coming up now, and it's going to be Oakley Pryor alongside Jem Hepworth on the front row. Pryor not quite able to take 3 wins out of 3 in the heats earlier on. Surprising, just over the last couple of laps, really struggled for some reason. Meaning Jem Hepworth took the win. Hepworth starts alongside Pryor in this final. Bradley Shepherd and Michael Goodburn on row 2. Bradley Watts and Jensen Watts started, I believe, on row 3, but as they have now started the race, and it's a good start from the number 69 Oakley Pryor, who gets the leapfrog off the start on Jem Hepworth. Did actually start in pole position, but did briefly lose out on it, and now back into the lead of the race, number 69. Jem Hepworth in second position. And we see how third and fourth, Bradley Shepherd and Bradley Watts, if they can do anything about the pace of the top 2, who have been the quickest 2 throughout the day. Bradley Shepherd, Jensen Watts are second and third. Fourth, Michael Goodburn. Fifth, Michael Goodburn, sorry. And 6th is Bradley Watts. 7th is James Levy, with Matteo Pierce in 8th place, having gained 4 places starting last. on the grid. Harry Rice is 9th with 10. Bailey Boysen, Harvey Thornley and Sylvain Vessia round out the grid as things stand as 12 Junior Max karts who are out on track for this one. Down the pit straight they come. Oakley Pryor leading the way. Gemma Hepworth in 2nd. 3rd is Jensen Watts. Bradley Shepherd in 4th. 5th is Michael Goodburn. Bradley Watts in 6th. That is the top half of the field. Number 17 of Bradley Watts defending from Matteo Pierce, who's had a good start. And he'll be doing his utmost to try and crack into that top 6, which he might just be able to do so now. He does indeed. Bradley Watts slipping a position there, down into 7th now. Maybe was expecting Matteo to come through at some point. Pryor leads the way with the fastest lap as well, set on that last lap, lap 3, 41.37. Sylvain Vessia comes across the line, sets his fastest lap on that lap as well, 43.08. By far not the slowest time out there. But it is looking good, even in these early stages, for race leader Oakley Pryor. Half race distance now. Oakley Pryor still leads the way. No changes in position that last lap as they come across the line now. Matteo Pierce has got past Bradley Shepherd. In fact, Shepherd has been leapfrogged by Pierce, Goodburn and Watts. So not the best lap for Shepherd there, unfortunately for him. He's lost out and is now down into 7th place. Whereas before he was just a touch off of the final podium position. Certainly out of touch with that now, but a kart goes off and slams into the barriers on the entrance to the horseshoe. Manages to keep the engine going though and rejoins the circuit. That's Bradley Watts, who unfortunately looked like he was caught, went off sideways into the barrier, but fortunately rejoins, just loses several positions and a lot of time. Let's see what position he is in going across the line. Will be 10th, I believe. Yeah, it was indeed. In fact, only was about 7 seconds slower than his average lap, despite that spin and crash. So could have definitely gotten off worse, that is for sure. But despite that, will be annoyed. Of course, was in a decent battle there with Goodburn and Shepherd, maybe even Matteo Pierce in 4th place. No changes within the top 4 though, and it doesn't look like there are going to be any changes with those top 4. They're all, the closest between them is 2.65 seconds, and that's the difference between the race leader and Jem Hepworth, and that seems like a gap too large to surmount from the number 24. Just over 3 minutes to go. Fastest lap belongs to Oakley Pryor, our race leader. 41.23. Next fastest lap, a 41.57. So you can see the the top 4, who have been the top 4 throughout the day, are the only 4 drivers to get beneath 42 seconds. The next, a good effort of a 42.13, but the top 4 do seem to be holding their status as exactly that, and they're in the exact order that their pace suggests as well, so you can't imagine too many changes are going to be made between now and the checkered flag in about 2 minutes and 20 seconds time, plus that final lap. After this race we have the FP4 World Formulas with their standing starts. See how their grid lines up shortly, but Honda Cadets follow that for race number 36, which is going to be a very exciting one, I am sure. One of the highlights of the day, the Honda Cadet Final. Not sure whether it will match up to Heat 3, mind you. That was very explosive. We will see. The final is yet to come. Just gone 20 past 4. Still a very wet circuit out there. Certainly no consideration of slicks as of yet, as Harry Rice, Harvey Thornley and Bradley Watts go across the line very close to each other indeed. Thornley and Watts just 0.08 seconds away from one another. Bradley Watts, of course, had that spin a few laps ago, which left him down in 10th. Still 10th is that position which he occupies. Bradley Shepherd fighting with Michael Goodburn though. Gap between those two is not too big whatsoever. It's a difference of just 0.26 seconds on that previous lap, and it's 0.13 seconds now, so whether that will be a change by the end of the race, we shall see. Still going to fit in another lap after this one. And now Shepherd trying to go up the inside, and he does manage to do so up the inside of Michael Goodburn, excuse me. And that is a change in position for 5th place. Matteo Pierce comes across the line in 4th. Not setting a personal best this time. Next time by Oakley Pryor will begin the final lap of the race. And he does exactly that now, the number 69. Jem Hepworth, the number 24, is in 2nd place, but over 3.7 seconds from the race leader. Jensen Watts is 6 seconds behind that. Looks like it is going to be another impressive victory, though, for Oakley Pryor, as Bradley Shepherd has lost 5 positions on that last lap, so had a 56.7 second lap for some reason. Obviously an incident happened there somewhere, but Oakley Pryor does take the win, take yet another victory. 3 wins out of 4. Very productive day indeed. Gemma Hepworth takes second, third Jensen Watts, fourth Matteo Pierce. Michael Goodburn will come across the line, I believe, in 6th place. Does indeed, just seeing through the haze there. 5th place actually. 6th place James Laby. Bradley Watts will conclude his race in 7th, just ahead of Harry Rice, the novice, with Harvey Thornley in 9th. 10th Bradley Shepherd, Sylvain Vessier in 11th, and Bailey Voisin in 12th. The FP4 World Formula, their final coming up shortly. The grid is as follows. Alex Whitley is on pole with Dominic Wright alongside. Anthony Wynn is on row 2 with Chris Kelly. A few penalties coming into play here, I feel, with Angus Waddle starting in 5th and Peter Cokes in 6th. 7th Keith Robertson and Robert Teague in 8th. 9th Robert Finley, Jason Finley, sorry, with Roger Watts in 10th. 11th Tom Swadling and Andrew Ayling in 12th. Archie Ayling 13th. Jody Tarrant in 14th. And 15th at the back, David Jarvis. will be underway with this one after they've all lined up on the grid. Ready and raring to go, the FP4s. And they will be underway very shortly. See when they get underway, and they do so now. Off they go for their final, the FP4s. Angus Waddle will be looking to get back into the lead after he has won each of the races so far, provisionally anyway. Two karts go backwards into Billy's blind, but one of them manages to rejoin the race. I haven't seen the other one surface again, but 14 karts started the race. We might already be down to 13. Karts make their way around the horseshoe and into buttons for the first time. And there's a very unusual technical flag out for the number 22, Jodie Tarrant, who has both slicks and wets on the kart. So obviously you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to split the kart. You have to do one set of tyres. And Tarrant was either unaware of that rule or chose to ignore it. Regardless, has got a mechanical flag and must go into the pits. But Dominic Wright taking an early lead here. The number 6, Alex Whitley from pole, falling a position into second. Chris Kelly gaining 3 up into third. Fourth place is Peter Cokes, the number 44. As they come across the start-finish line, visibility pretty poor out of the commentary box, it has to be said. It is still Wright who does lead from Whitley, but Whitley is defending from Waddle. Chris Kelly is also in the mix. In fact, I think it was Kelly who was defending from Waddle, but now cannot do so anymore. Waddle up into third position now. Chris Kelly falls to fourth in the number 35, and may be under a bit of pressure from Peter Copes. But is this just a matter of time before Angus Waddle finds himself back into the lead of the race? It's shown that he has the pace so far throughout the day. And we will see now whether he can muster that in the final where it matters most. Dominic Wright leads in the number 6. At the moment, relatively unpressured, but that might not be for long if the number 1 has anything to say about it. Alex Whitley in the number 57 may concede a position here as Waddle goes up the inside and does manage to make that move stick. Does easy, sticks to the inside line into the horseshoe. Whitley can do nothing about it, and Waddle is into second place. One more opponent in front of him before he will be in the lead. And see who has the fastest lap. It is the race leader, Dominic Wright, at the moment. 45.5. Then Angus Waddle sets a 45.3 to beat that and occupy it himself. Mechanical flag still out for Jodie Tarrant, I believe, who has now gone into the pit, so that's good news. Closed the gap on that previous lap, Waddle to the race leader Wright by over half a second. Pretty extreme the difference in pace between the two, and it's proved again. 1.2 seconds Waddle closed in on the race leader on that previous lap, and Wright's lead is looking far less comfortable now than it was, say, 2 laps ago, maybe even 1 lap ago. Waddle just seems to have that pace, which no one can deny at the moment. Four and a half minutes have gone. 5.5 remain. Waddle has taken every opponent in his path apart from Dominic Wright at the moment. Wright could be his next victim. Closed in by 3/10 on that previous lap, the number 1. The race leader will be painfully aware of his awareness, I'm sure. Around the right-hander buttons and across towards the top end. How much longer can Wright hold on for? As we have gone over half race distance now, Waddle having an opportunity, looking down the inside and having a attempt, but couldn't quite do so into Billy's there. Wright will hold on for a little longer. Waddle may look at the inside of the hairpin, but chooses not to. Alex Whitley in third can only watch on from about half the Stony straightaway. Was over 3 seconds behind Waddle on that previous lap. From the top end, they come towards the start-finish line, and once again, Waddle doesn't actually look any closer, and for the first time, he's actually lost a bit of time to the race leader. That was probably due to his attempted pass, which didn't really work on the last lap. No other changes throughout the field over the last couple of laps. Seems like most of the drivers have settled down into their positions. Is Waddle going to have another attempt on the inside? Not this time by. Right, occupies the lead. Waddle seems to have hit a bit of an obstacle here, but now he will try and go over the inside into the hairpin. Is this the moment? It looks like it could be. He will have the inside line for the horseshoe, of course. Very difficult for Wright to take that back now. And going on the pace that Waddle has supplied so far throughout the day, you would say it is unlikely for Wright to come back from that. As they make their way from the top end down towards the finish line to complete their 10th lap. It is now Angus Waddle who leads. Dominic Wright is second. Alex Whitley third. Fourth, Chris Kelly with Peter Copes in fifth. Sixth will be Anthony Wynn when he comes across the line, but he's almost 9 seconds behind Peter Copes. The amount that the field has separated is pretty extraordinary. Roger Watts is in 7th. 8th is Robert Teague. Tom Swadling is in 9th. And 10th is Archie Ailing. Jason Finley is in 11th, and he looked like he might have been a competitor towards the front of the field realistically at the start of the day, but unfortunately for him, results just haven't gone his way, and again doesn't really have the pace in this one. Andrew Ailing in 12th place is the last of the drivers who are still racing out on track. Last lap now for these drivers in the FP4 World Formula Final here at Clay Pigeon for the March Meeting Championship round number 2, and it's Angus Waddle who leads the way as they make their way round the last few corners. Angus Waddle has had a field day so far here today at Clay Pigeon, and he's about to wrap it up with yet another victory. Here he comes now from the top end across the finish line, takes a checkered flag, and it was over 2.6 seconds in the end ahead of Dominic Wright. Number 6 wasn't able to simply match the pace that Waddle supplied. Alex Whitley finishes his race in 3rd. 4th, Chris Kelly ahead of Peter Cokes by 0.6 of a second. Anthony Wynn will come across the line in 6th, over 16.8 seconds behind Cokes. But in the end, Angus Waddle takes the win, made it look easy, ahead of Dominic Wright by 2.69 seconds. So the Honda Cadet A final is about to get underway, and it's going to be the most watched race potentially of the entire day. And with as many cars as we've got out there, I'm not surprised. 28 races all ready and raring to go. It's Lucas Ellingham on the front row alongside Aston Miller, Sebastian Block and Charlie Vaughan make up row 2 with Ivan Lomliev, Sonny Smith, Owen Tolley, Harvey Charter, Jack Clements and Ollie Tyler rounding out the top 10. Are we going to be underway this time by? I believe we will. 10 minutes of the Honda Cadet A final ready to enjoy. And we are now racing with the youngsters for their final race of the day. Aston Miller started alongside Ellingham on the front row. Let's see how each of those two fare in these early stages. The yellow flags wave for an incident which was short-lived at the hairpin, so fortunately the karts managed to rejoin the circuit, get going once again. As they come past the finish line for the first time in this race, though, it's Ellingham who leads the way. Block is in 2nd, Miller in 3rd, 4th is Lomliev with Vaughan in 5th, 6th is Tolley, 7th is Brown, Mitchell Gibbons is in 8th, gaining 5 positions off the start, Ollie Tyler 9th, gaining 10 positions off the start, Oliver Beerman, and gaining 14, Alfie Rigby. Brilliant start from him. And William Attreed, who finished in 2nd or 3rd, I believe, in the B final, is up into 14th place, so a good start from him as well. Lucas Ellingham holding on though, the number 5, as one of the karts goes off into the barriers, breaks up that barrier wall in a very unusual place on the right side of the entrance to the horseshoe. Marshall goes over to repair the wall, but the kart manages to rejoin the circuit unscathed. Contact warning for the number 28, Alfie Rigby. Probably as a result of that incident, I would imagine. Up into 9th is Alfie Rigby after that last lap. Lucas Ellingham still leads away. Sebastian Block also. And there's another kart off, spun around on the exit to the S's, just about a quarter of the way down the Sturmey Straight. Rejoins the race though. I believe 27 of the 28 karts are still in the running here. In fact, all 28 are still running. It was just Harvey Charter was caught up in that incident, being taken out just before the horseshoe, unfortunately for him. Lucas Ellingham leads the way. Sebastian Block is in second. Lomliev in third. Fourth placed is Owen Tolley. Then there's a 0.79 gap back to Aston Miller, who started on the front row, of course. But top four maybe are the four to watch for the win. Ellingham ahead of Block, ahead of Lomliev, ahead of Tolley. Just hasn't been the day for some of the other drivers who maybe would expect to be more further towards the front of the field. But it's been a day of some extremely exciting racing for the Honda Cadets, that's for sure. Heat 3 certainly springs to mind. Ellingham still holding on to the lead though, ahead of Block. Lomliev ahead of Tolley means the top four remain the same for yet another lap, but it's a change for 5th as Archie Brown gets past Aston Miller, who falls another position, is just ahead of Beerman now, the O-plated kart. Alfie Rigby is 8th, 9th is Sonny Smith, and Keen Berta is in 10th position. Around the left-handed horseshoe they go once more with 6 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. From the top bend they come then. The leading three, 4th placed Tolley has dropped off slightly. Lomliev might fancy an opportunity. He looked very quick going down into Billy's there, but couldn't quite fathom an opportunity to get past the or up the inside of Sebastian Block, who's still following Ellingham round, and not that I've seen hasn't really created an opportunity for himself to get past the number 5. Maybe he knows that going past gives him a potential of being overtaken by several karts at once if they all cram up towards each other. Can be a very tactical game in the Honda Cadets. Very difficult for the race leader to ever escape in this class. And it's being proved once again here as Ellingham really struggles to shake off Block. Round they come and into the horseshoe once more. Ellingham followed by Block, followed by Lomliev and Beerman, who has also found himself up into the top 4 now, getting past Owen Tolley. From the top bend come the 2 pairs which make up the top 4 at the moment. Block still threatening the race leader, but it's going to be Lomliev who loses a position to the O-plated Beerman. He's up into 3rd now, Beerman, and he certainly looks like he's got the pace to go on and challenge the top 2. 45.3. That is significantly quicker than anyone else. That's 3/10 quicker than anyone else on the track, I believe. And the top 2 really might be in danger here. Sebastian Block and Lucas Ellingham might have to work together if they want to try and keep Beerman at bay. From the top bend, they head down towards the start-finish line once again. Beerman's going to try and replicate the move he did on Lomliev on the previous lap and manages to do so. Block loses a position, and at the moment, is there anyone who can stop the charge of Beerman? Is it going to be the race leader, Lucas Ellingham? who has done everything right so far in the race lead. And less than 3.5 minutes to go, still a lot of time left for Beerman to create those opportunities, and he does so there. Into the top bend he goes, and into the lead of the race. Beerman leads the way for the first time. Ellingham's lead has been taken from him. Now, can Beerman escape? He's shown he has the pace, but as I've mentioned, very difficult to really do that in the Honda Cadets. Ellingham might just stay on him for the rest of the time to come. Still 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock for anything to happen. Block will also catch up to the back of Ellingham. It's still a four-way race for the win, realistically. Although third has just dropped off ever so slightly from the top two. Ellingham needs to keep in distance with Beerman if he really fancies this win. If he's to resist Beerman escaping into the S's. The top two karts go. Ellingham sticks right on the rear bumper of the race leader, who holds the fastest lap of 45.22. Sebastian Block taking a slightly wider line in third, and he is losing a bit of time each lap to the top two. Ellingham in second place. He's trying so hard to catch up to the back of the race leader, but it's proving very difficult. Goes into a bit of a puddle there, though, does the race leader. His the left side of his kart. Last thing you want to do is knock off speed running into puddles, but fortunately for him, Ellingham did the same. It is very wet out there on the track. See how that comes into play in the last minute here of the Honda Cadet Final, which is coming up. One contact warning, so mind you, it's Alfie Rigby who holds that. He's in 7th position at the moment, behind Aston Miller, Archie Brown, and then the top four battle we're watching, Ivan Lomliev behind Sebastian Block, Ellingham, and the race leader. Sebastian Block looks clear of Lomliev though, so maybe third and fourth are settled, but the race win is far from it. Half a minute left on the clock. Oliver Beerman in the lead. Ellingham still right on his tail. And into Buttons they go for one of the last times. Into the top end once more. Crucial to get the perfect exit, and down the pit straight they go once more. They're going to cross the line with 4 seconds to spare, meaning they'll have another lap to go round to suss out who is going to win this race. Into the S's for the penultimate time, and down the Sturmey straight into the hairpin. Ellingham has no support, has no one who can follow through to try and keep Beerman further at bay. He's got to work this for himself and try and get past the O-plated race leader, who has driven superbly up to this point. Into the top end they go. Ellingham will surely throw everything he has at the race leader on this final lap. Last lap board is out, and down into Billy's blind. It's a slight mistake, but it's very defensive driving from Beerman. He did look to have a slight wobble, but going into the S's, it's looking like he's going to drive defensively for the rest of the race, and who can blame him? He's going to hog the inside line. Ellingham's going to have a look around the outside. He's going to try and go around the outside. I can't quite see from my position, but he did attempt to go around the outside. Can't quite do anything there, but going down into the horseshoe, one of the last opportunities to make the pass, and Lucas Ellingham might have just dropped off slightly there. Beerman with good defensive driving. It doesn't look like there's going to really be an opportunity here going into the last couple of corners. And from the top bend, here they come down towards the finish line. The checkered flag will be out. It's going to be for Oliver Beerman, but a brilliant effort from Lucas Ellingham right at the end to try and take that one. Sebastian Bloch takes third, fourth Aston Miller, Ivan Lomliev fifth, sixth Archie Brown, seventh Oliver Greenall, who of course won the B final. So to get from 25th on the grid to 7th, brilliant drive from him as well, the number 64. Owen Tolley finished in 8th in the end with 9th Joshua McLean. Alfie Rigby rounded out the top 10 with 11th placed Sonny Smith. 12th was the C-plated Ollie Tyler, Keen Berta in 13th, 14th Harrison Lambert, Mitchell Gibbons 15th, 16th Oliver Makepeace, Joshua Whittington Couch 17th, 18th Jack Clements. Leon Henderson with the heroics in the B final concludes his race in 19th, 20th Edward Pearson, William Atreed in 21st, 22nd Scott Sumpton, Charlie Vaughan, Ethan Leader and Cameron Ross round out the top 25. Edward Leader, Thomas Cookero Yeomans and Harvey Charter as the rest of the field. Brilliant finale to the race from the top two. Are underway with the penultimate race of the day. The 177 Max and 177 Masters and the senior TKMs thrown into one. And a couple of carts went off at Billy's. Looks like we've been able to resume. Two senior TKM, of course, out on the circuit. Jack Darton and Alex Tyler. But the rest of the field made up of the 177s. And it's Gary Cox who occupies the lead at the moment, the number 14. He is just about ahead of the number 33, Joe Walmsley, who are over a second ahead of third place Matthew Howell. Ian Brown is in fourth, which for a novice driver, not too bad at all. And Sam Winter in fifth, 16 man. Seventh is Steve Budd, Simon Gover, Samuel Dix, Martin Howell, and Steve Nash were the rest of the drivers, but unfortunately Steve Nash into the pit, so could be an early retirement for the number 39. Coming out of the top end now for what is the second time in this race, Gary Cox, the number 14, and he leads Joe Walmsley by 0.77 of a second, and Matthew Howell in third position ahead of Sam Winter. You can see the spray as they come around the S's. Really obvious how wet the circuit is. Not at all grippy. And a large drift there from 4th place Sam Winter emphasises my point. From the top end they come once again. Race leader Gary Cox opening up his lead now to 1.33 of a second, and Matthew Howell closes in ever so slightly on Walmsley. 0.01 of a second he closed in by on that previous lap, but already the smallest gap between anyone in the top 5 is 1.21 of a second, so really can see how it is opening up slightly. But one of the carts has spun just on the midway through the S's, but has managed to rejoin once again. That was Sam Winter from 4th place, so in quite a promising position. And unfortunately, for at least the second time today, Sam Winter spun all on his own accord, and unfortunately has lost out on a couple of positions. It's not Sam Winter. It is someone else. Dean Mann, the number 27. So Dean Mann unfortunately spins and is now down into 11th place, losing 2 positions as a result. Alex Tyler and Jack Darton overtaking, of course, both of those two, though, senior TKM, so really doesn't lose a lot apart from time. 6.5 minutes remain of race number 37 here of the second championship round. Time has just gone 5 o'clock. And fastest lap does belong to our current race leader, Gary Cox, 42.39. Next fastest lap time is a 42.57, I believe. It is indeed. So 42.57 by Joe Walmsley in second position. So it looks like the top 2 we have are going to be the top 2 come the end, going on current pace alone. But the gaps do seem pretty big between all of the top 5. Can't imagine too many changes going to happen there. But Ian Brown isn't too far ahead of Steve Budd. That could be a change for 5th. Steve Budd, in fact, ahead, so up into 5th, with Ian Brown falling to 6th. 7th, Simon Gover, Samuel Dix dropping a couple of positions behind the 2 senior TKM, who are sticking very close together. Jack Darton determined to try and get past Alex Tyler, of course. And those 2 competing last month. Seems that Martin Howell might have a issue here. His kart not going particularly quickly. Was easily passed by D-Man on that previous lap. And, well, maybe there is something wrong with the kart. But there's 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. And it's Gary Cox who does lead the way. 2.23 seconds ahead of Joe Walmsley, his closest competitor, in second place. Although realistically, Gary Cox will feel pretty comfortable with his lead at the moment. He has not had many issues thus far in the final for the 177s here. And there is less than a minute on the clock before he will be greeted with the last lap sign, and then half a mile later with the checkered flag, providing nothing goes wrong in that time. Matthew Howell occupies the third and final podium spot. He's 3.75 seconds ahead of Sam Winter, but over 6 seconds behind Joe Walmsley. Fastest lap time belongs to our competitor in second place, though, Joe Walmsley, a 42.23, so his fastest lap time is 1/100th of a second faster than the race leader's personal best. So some credit to take from that, I suppose. Joe Walmsley, he will be happy with that, but ultimately still over 2.5 seconds behind Gary Cox, and Cox's lead is pretty substantial, to say the least. Coming across the line now, the number 14, to confirm that this will be the last lap of the race. 3.28 seconds separate the top two. Matthew Howell in third is ahead of Sam Winter. Steve Budd is in fifth with sixth place Simon Gover. Samuel Dix is in seventh, and Ian Brown has only gone backwards during this race, which is a shame to see. Has had a great day so far, Ian Brown, in the novice, but unfortunately hasn't had the best final, in 8th place now. Alex Tyler leads the way in the senior TKM with Jack Darton in second, and then in 10th position is Martin Howell. 9th position, Dean Mann. Steve Nash out of the running, of course, having completed 0 laps, but Gary Cox takes the win ahead of Joe Walmsley, and seemed pretty comfortable in the end. Gary Cox led from start to finish. Joe Walmsley takes second, over 8 seconds separating himself and Matthew Howell in third. Sam Winter finishes in fourth, with Steve Budd, Simon Gover, Samuel Dix and Ian Brown as the rest of the top 8. Alex Tyler wins from Jack Darton in the senior TKM. final race of the day is coming up, race number 38, and it is the FP4 Prokart Final. It's Matt Dorrington alongside Matt Wildman on the front row. That has been the battle of this class all day. The only other driver who's come close, really, has been Kev Mathers and occasionally Shane Cuthbert. But realistically, Dorrington versus Wildman will be the battle off the front of the standing start we will see here. Wildman on pole. Dorrington alongside. They'll get into their allocated positions, ready to go for the start of their 10-minute final, where most championship points are up for grabs. Ready to go, and off they go now. We are away, and it's a poor start from Wildman. He's been the king of good starts over the last few heats, but it wasn't to be this time. But he now does manage to bully Dorrington out of the way. Seems that he's managed to get past this time, and the number 21 leads, a familiar sight for Wildman. And down into the hairpin they go. Dorrington trying to go up the inside, but Wildman will have none of that as he tries to defend, but he goes out slightly wide of the horseshoe, but he might still have the inside line going into buttons, and he does indeed. Dorrington unable to find a way past, and as they make their way into the top end for the first time, the FP4s will come across the start-finish line to confirm that their first lap has been completed and that Wildman is in the lead from pole position. Dorrington in second place, Shane Cuthbert in third, Roy Grassi in fourth, fifth is Carl Kerwin, Tony Lamb in sixth, seventh Jeremy Balls with John Davis in eighth, ninth Ross Brinkley, Kev Mathers and Sarah Bennett in 10th and 11th at the back of the field. Sarah Bennett significantly further back because she had an incident at the hairpin on the first lap. Dorrington trying to threaten Wildman as much as he can while he's still in sight, but Wildman could very well run away with this, and both drivers probably know that and are trying to get completely opposite consequences. Shane Cuthbert could be the only driver to potentially rival either of these top two. Kev Mathers, despite having a good first heat, might be disappointed with the fact that he hasn't been able to maintain that throughout the day, and Shane Cuthbert has definitely emerged as the next closest rival to the top two. But Dorrington at the moment will be much more focused on attack than defence, you would think. Coming up to a quarter of the way through the time. And the race lead belongs with Wildman, who's only lost it at one stage during this race at Billy's. Well, coming down to Billy's from the start. Did have a poor start, but managed to regain it fairly immediately. Dorrington unable to grasp onto that lead for very long before Wildman showed his experience to get back into the race lead. But number 10, Shane Cuthbert, is in third place. And then there's a gap of 1.4 seconds back to Roy Grassi in fourth, so you wouldn't imagine that gap would be jumped in the the coming minutes here. Still a long time left, of course. Field beginning to disperse a bit though. Let's see this time by whether Dorrington has caught up with our current race leader or whether that gap opens. It does open up to 1.02 of a second now, so Wildman doing his best to open up that lead, and at the moment that is very much succeeding. No gaps close apart from 8th to 7th and 9th to 8th, so that's starting to squeeze into a nice little battle there for 7th place. Jeremy Balls might have some defending to do from Davies and Brinkley. But otherwise, the top 6 separating out from one another. Their gaps getting bigger in between each other. As the drivers make their way across the start-finish line to complete their 5th lap, with just over 4.5 minutes completed. And it looks like there has been significant catch-up by Dorrington on Wildman there, the race leader actually. He did catch up by 0.2 of a second on that previous lap, but those two have been constantly chopping and changing their pace throughout the day. Goes pretty wide, does Wildman. In fact, most of the carts taking a pretty wide line. Much more of a narrow line taken by 4th place Roy Grassi. But no particularly close battles going on circuit. Fastest lap belongs to the race leader, a 50.95. Cohen and Lamb starting to have a little bit of a battle there for 5th place. Carl Cohen might have a bit of defending to do from Tony Lamb as we enter the final quarter of this race now. Jeremy Balls also potentially having a little bit of defending to do from John Davies, but mainly Davies is on the defensive with Ross Brinkley only half a second behind on that previous lap. And there haven't been any changes in position in quite a few laps, but a few drivers are definitely getting closer to that. Mathers has been caught up by Sarah Bennett. It could potentially be a change to avoid being in the only driver who's not in the top 10. 11 drivers, of course, out there on the circuit. Davies still having to defend from Brinkley, and Kerwin from Lamb. Tony Lamb looking determined to try and get on the back of Carl Kerwin, but whether that will happen, we shall see. They were not very far apart at all on the last lap, 0.37 of a second to go across the line this time by. We will see just how big the gap is. It's 0.6, so it's opened up ever so slightly. That is the battle for 5th place. It looks pretty much set in stone who the top 4 are going to be. Matt Wildman, Matt Dorrington, Shane Cuthbert and Roy Grassi. None of those drivers look like they're going to be changing positions in a hurry. Carl Cohen is over 5 seconds behind Grassi as well, but has got, of course, that pressure of his own from the number 40, Tony Lamb. And counting down towards the last 20 seconds left on the clock. Whether Tony Lamb will have an opportunity to get past Cohen in these latter stages, we will see. But at the moment, Cohen looking relatively comfortable with his position. Not too much pressure from Tony Lamb. She needs to be exerting in these final stages to really heap the pressure onto the number 37. Last lap now for Matt Wildman. Last half mile, 0.815 of a kilometre to go for the race leader. And Dorrington in 2nd position. Shane Cuthbert is in 3rd. With the number 22 of Roy Grassi in 4th place, but none of those drivers are going to be changing their positions, you suspect. Number 38, Sarah Bennett, potentially on the back of Kev Mathers. Again, a change for 10th position, but Matt Wildman now coming down towards the checkered flag to take the win. And he finishes his race with 3.94 seconds to spare ahead of Matt Dorrington. Shane Cuthbert concludes his race in 3rd, 4th, Roy Grassi. And those 4 drivers never really looked in doubt of finishing in the positions, which they eventually did. Fastest lap does go to the race winner, Matt Wildman, who takes a 40.87 as his best lap time. 5th place goes to Carl Cohen. Tony Lamb unable to surmount a really impressionable attack on the 5th place, number 37. Jeremy Balls finished in 7th, 8th. Ross Brinkley. John Davies in 9th. 10th, Kev Mathers. And Sarah Bennett finished in 11th place. But that concludes a very exciting day of racing at Clay Pigeon. Certainly Honda Cadet Heat 3 was race of the day for me, and was very exciting, wasn't it? After a wet day of changing conditions, that's for sure. Was slicks at some stage, but then the rain came down again. But be sure, of course, to check out the live stream on YouTube, and you can check out Alpha Timing. All of the timings throughout the day, they'll be uploaded to the Clay Pigeon website in a few days. Thank you to everyone who's come today, all competitors, all officials, marshals, and I hope you've had a good day's racing and enjoyed yourself here at Clay Pigeon for round 2 of the championship. I've been your commentator for today, Sam Hunt, and I look forward to seeing you next month for round number 3 in April. Take care.